of healthcare with technology, innovation holds the key to transforming the way delivery of medical care, enhancing patient outcomes, and fostering great accessibility to healthcare for all. Before we delve into the exciting discussions and insightful presentation that await us, allow me to introduce the masterminds behind this grand initiative, the brains and the driving forces behind APAC News Network. The organization hosting this conclave are none other than Sanghamitra Mohanty, Souvik Goswami, and Gopi Krishna Arora. They are the co-founders and directors of this organization. Their unwavering dedication to fostering progress and pushing the boundaries of what is possible that has made this event a reality. Now, it is my privilege to hand over the microphone to one of the visionary co-founder of our organization, Souvik Goswami, who will deliver the welcome address. Souvik's leadership and commitment has been instrumental in shaping the conclave. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Souvik Goswami, co-founder and director, APAC News Network. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you, Neha. I welcome you all at the inaugural of sixth edition of National HealthTech Innovation Conclave, organized by APAC News Network, presented by Iron Mountain and powered by Schneider Electric. I welcome you all at this conclave knowledge-sharing platform where we'll discuss on various aspects of transforming healthcare in India with digital interventions. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? How emerging technologies will play the role of game changer to transform healthcare in India, healthcare delivery. And we are joined by leaders of healthcare fraternity from various parts of the country, from central government, from state governments, and also from embassies. So without taking much time, I'd like to request the guest of honor of this conference, Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, Honorable Minister, Health and Education, Government of Uttarakhand, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him, please. I request Dr. Basan Garg, Additional Chief Executive Officer, National Health Authority to come on stage, please. Dr. Basan Garg. I request Mr. Per Ern Wickstrom, Counselor, Head of Office of Science and Innovation, Embassy, New Delhi, to come on stage, please. I also request Dr. Adapa Karthik, Special Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Punjab, to come on stage, please. I request Urvashi Prasad, Director, Office of VC, Niti Aayog, to come on stage, please. I also request industry leaders, Praveena Gundia, Commercial Director, Iron Mountain India, to come on stage, please. And also request Sweta Sharma, Segmented Buildings, Schneider Electric India, to come on stage, please. Is Sweta here? I'll request Mr. Gopi Krishna Arora and Sanghamitra Mohanty, co-founders of APAC News Network, to officially welcome all our esteemed speakers of the inaugural session with a plant. We talk about sustainability, so we thought let's give all our speakers, welcome all our speakers with a plant. I request Gopi Arora and Sanghamitra Mohanty, co-founders of APAC News Network, to come on stage, please. Big round of applause for Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, honorable guest of honor for this conference. To Mr. Per Ern Wickstrom, Counselor, Embassy of Sweden. To Dr. Basan Garg, Additional CEO, National Health Authority. To Dr. Adapa Karthik, Special Secretary, Health, Government of Punjab. To industry leaders, Praveena Gundia from Iron Mountain. To Sweta Sharma from Schneider Electric. I've been told that Urvashi Prasad from Niti Aayog is on her way. She'll be joining us anytime now. And I would also like to invite on stage Shamina Hussain, Commissioner Health, Government of Gujarat to come on stage so that we can hand over a plant to her as well. A huge round of applause for her, please. And as the Indian tradition goes, beginning of any good thing has to happen with lamp lighting. So I request all our esteemed speakers of the inaugural session to officially inaugurate the 6th edition of National Health Tech Innovation Conclave by lighting of the lamp. If you can all join for the lighting of the lamp, please. I request Dr. K. Madan Gopal, advisor and former consultant to Niti Aayog, to come to join us for this lamp lighting as well.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Can you have a huge round of applause for the official inauguration of National Health Tech Innovation Conclave, presented by Iron Mountain and powered by Schneider Electric. I'd also like to thank all our partners, powered by presenting partner Iron Mountain, powered by partner Schneider, gold partners Cloudforce, Ruckus Weddington, associate partner Trimit, NGO partner Winning Happiness, and supporting partners National Health Authority, Heights and HSCC, and the country partner Embassy of Sweden as well. So without taking much time, I would like to invite Dr. Basant Garg, IAS Additional Chief Executive Officer, National Health Authority, to give a special address on Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, making healthcare accessible the digital way. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. I'm really privileged to be here amongst you and speak on the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and how it aims to revolutionize health sector by leveraging technology. The mission was launched in September 2021 with a vision to change the way how all citizens they interact with the health ecosystem and the way health transactions take place. Given the size of our population, it is important that we shift to a digital way of doing health. Our experience with already existing digital public goods, such as Aadhaar, has been an eye-opener for all of us. It has also given the nation a lot of confidence that we can and we will adopt latest technology, latest methods. As we speak today, 1.3 billion Indians already have Aadhaar, and close to 100 billion Aadhaar-enabled transactions have taken place. During the pandemic, we saw how COVID helped us save lives and how we were able to administer close to 2 billion vaccine doses. It was a gigantic task, and technology made it possible that it was seamless, without any VIP culture, and every citizen waited in turn with the belief that they will get the vaccine, and they got it. Similarly, taking a cue from this, the government has launched the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. National Health Authority under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has been entrusted with the task of creating digital public goods. Just as there are authorities which create physical infrastructure, we are creating digital infrastructure. The Ayushman Bharat Health Account, a unique health ID for all citizens. The Healthcare Professionals Registry, a unique ID for all healthcare professionals such as doctors, nurses, and practitioners of Indian system of medicine. And the Healthcare Facilities Registry, the HFR, for all health facilities such as hospitals, laboratories, pharmacies. These are the three building blocks, basic building blocks of the mission. In addition, built over these three registries, we are also creating digital public goods such as the Unified Health Interface, the National Health Claims Exchange, and the Health Information Exchange Consent Manager. So let me speak a bit about ABHA, the Ayushman Bharat Health Account. For all 1.4 billion Indians, there is to be a unique health ID. So all 140 crore Indians will have a ABHA ID. As of today, 43 crore ABHA has already been created, and people are using and linking their health records to their ABHA ID. What does ABHA enable? ABHA enables a citizen to link his health records. Now, your health records today may be lying in a public hospital such as AIIMS, PGI, or your health records could be lying in various private hospitals or small clinics. The record stays there, but when you need it, you have to go and get a physical copy, which you try to preserve and show to your next doctor wherever you are consulting. Now, try to look at it from a digital perspective. If all the hospitals, they are interoperable on a network and they identify you with a unique health ID, then the record available in that hospital can be linked to your ID and can be made available to you on your handheld device, which is the Personal Health Record app. And instead of carrying a physical copy, you can then carry a digital copy and take it around with you. And only with your consent, you are able to share it to your physician. So that is the construct of the Health Information Exchange Consent Manager, and it is based on ABHA. Now imagine the kind of efficiency this introduces in the system, wherein you don't need to carry any physical record. It improves clinical decision-making by the doctor. It reduces repetitive testing because you are carrying the test reports, especially for people who come from outside Delhi, from outside, far off areas like the Northeast. They need not carry those reports and they won't be asked for repetitive test reports. Imagine how easy it would be for parents, when they are asked about the immunization history of their child by the school, and if the history is already available on their PHR app, so there will be better record keeping of all immunization record. Imagine a generation wherein nobody has any physical record and every record, health record of an individual is available right from his birth. So at any stage of employment, government recruitment, education, any stage of foreign travel, the record is easily available. For insurance, for health insurance, the record is available. For applying for a driving license, all records are available. What kind of efficiency and prevention of falsehood, fraud, this would introduce into the system? The second important thing that I want to talk about is the National Health Claims Exchange. Today, a hospital, it uploads all the claims for health insurance, and then there is a large wait time. There is a lot of to and fro of any health claim, leading to larger cost of claim settlement, more time the claim takes. And in fact, even on the day a patient is told that he will be discharged, his discharge is held up for close to 9 to 10 hours. I think all of us must have experienced. We are told by the doctor that you will be discharged at 9 in the morning, and by the time actually a patient is discharged, it takes maybe 5 or 6 in the evening. That's because the claims, the clearance from the insurance company never comes, or it takes some time. Now, imagine a situation where a hospital, as soon as it lodges a health claim, the claim is automatically processed by a machine, because the claim is machine readable, because the doctor is verifiable, the patient is verifiable, the procedure and the standard treatment guidelines are known. Now, because of all this, the claim is settled in real time and the hospital gets its money in time. The kind of efficiency it brings to the system, the reduction in cost, and it will increase bed availability. Because a patient who is set for discharge at 9 in the morning, he will be discharged at 9 in the morning. So there is it was estimated in a study that such a system would introduce 8% more hospital bed availability. So that is the kind of efficiency which a claims exchange or a machine adjudicated system can bring to the health ecosystem. And now I'd like to talk about the unified health interface that, again, the National Health Authority is developing. Today, for you to teleconsult or to book an appointment with a doctor, the patient and the doctor have to be on the same platform, using the same application. Just as it was in the case of finance before UPI came, in health, we are aiming to build interoperable services wherein a patient on one health application can teleconsult or book an appointment with a doctor on another application. This would increase discoverability of services. It will lead to better market pricing of services, lead to better access, and we can build on not just medical services, we can build on services such as ambulance, blood banks, all on the UHI. At NHA, presently, the UHI has been developed and it is under testing with active partners, both private and public. And we are hopeful that we'll be able to formally launch it very soon. The National Health Claims Exchange is again developed and it is in our sandbox environment. Many insurance companies have joined our environment and they are presently testing it. And the Health Information Exchange Consent Manager is already fully operational. People have created their ABHA, people have downloaded the PHR apps and they are able to store their records, see their records on those apps. Other than this, these are the basic public goods that the mission aims to create. Then built on these public goods, there would be services. Let me also tell you about our high-speed OPD registration service, which is known by the name of Scan and Share. It was launched in December in Lady Hardinge Medical College in Delhi, and today 1,700 hospitals across 32 states, they are using the services. Every day, close to 75,000 patients, they use this service. What is the service? All of us know that in large, very popular hospitals, public hospitals such as AIIMS, PGI, all the big hospitals, there are queues in the morning. People stand in the queue just to get an OPD registration done. The counter may open at 8 o'clock in the morning, but the people queue up, they start queuing up at 6 o'clock, and even by the time the counter is closed, many people don't get their turn. The data entry which happens at the OPD registration counter is full of errors because the clerk sitting there, the operator sitting there is under pressure. Now, the whole service was reimagined and the Scan and Share was introduced. It is a QR code-based service wherein using your PHR app and your ABHA ID, you can send your demographic information, your name, your address, your Aadhaar, your age and sex, all the demographic information you can send to the OPD clerk, OPD counter within seconds. And you only need to visit the OPD counter just to generate the OPD slip, which tells the specialty. Of course, going ahead, we will also develop systems wherein even this can be entered by the citizen himself, wherein the specialty can also be entered by the citizen, and he can go ahead and visit the doctor using a digital OPD slip. But today, we estimated that the average time spent by a citizen in the queue has decreased from 50 minutes using this digital OPD registration system to about 4 minutes. So imagine the amount of time that has saved and the way it has simplified the patient's journey in a public hospital. It is not just public hospital. The service is available free of charge to all private hospitals as well. But I think the most impact that it has made has been in public hospitals. At the National Health Authority, we are committed to and we are working to develop more and more use cases for the digital mission in order to simplify everybody's, every patient's journey. But let me tell one thing, there are always, there's always a critical mass. Like Aadhaar also needed about, 80 crore, 90 crore Aadhaars nationally to reach a critical mass wherein Aadhaar became a basis for so many services. I think for ABHA, we are at 43 crore. We would like to hit around 100 crore. By the time we can say, ABHA will be more popularly used and more services will be built on ABHA. And for that, we are building in inclusivity also because 100 crore people don't have mobile phones. So we are trying to build in ways in which people who don't have a smartphone, people who don't even have a feature phone, they are also made part of the digital way of health. I like to end on this note that the National Health Authority is committed to delivering on the various aspects of the digital mission, but it is not just the government which has to come up with this. We are just creating the basic infrastructure. We invite and we hope that the private sector, the innovators, the startups, they join the National Health Authority, they join the ABDM to create, to innovate, and to improvise and give better services built over ABDM. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Basant Garg, Additional CEO of National Health Authority. And as you rightly said, we all have experienced the path-breaking work being done by National Health Authority. You talked about the Aadhaar and digitization records and other things. Also, we can give the example of COVID, how it was a game-changing and You talked about the inclusive approach to healthcare. We saw how even a person who doesn't have a smartphone used his smartphone to get the vaccination done through COVID. And if I'm not wrong, that COVID has also extended help to other countries as well. So that's the game-changing thing being done by National Health Authority. And I really like the last part when you said that we are also focusing on the inclusiveness of delivering healthcare services to the masses at large. And again, partnership can be a game changer in that. I have been told that Urvashi Prasad, Director Office of VC Niti Aayog, has joined us. I request her to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for her as well. I was talking about how COVID has helped other countries as well, and we have a special guest from beautiful country of Sweden. We are joined by Per Erne Wikström, Counselor, Head of Office of Science and Innovation, Embassy of Sweden, New Delhi. I request you to come on stage and share his perspective. If I'm not wrong, the Sweden-India relationship goes back more than 100 years. But specifically, if you talk about healthcare partnership, started in the year of 1960, when Sweden took part in the India population program, something like that, and also helped government and NGOs for malaria and other things. So let's hear from the man himself. A huge round of applause from Per Erne Wikström.
Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would just, on behalf of Sweden, I would say that it's an honor to be here, and I read about all these fine companies visiting here and the state representatives coming to this event. It's really impressive. So I'm here to discuss Sweden's approach to life sciences and digitalization, and I would like to point towards some areas for collaboration. I would like to tell you that I've now lived here for 2 years, so I'm a Delhi citizen, and I will be here for a couple of more years, I hope. And in my apartment in Vasant Vihar, in the living room, I have a small statue on the cupboard, and that is of the goddess Saraswati. And to me, Saraswati has become a source of inspiration. So I'm trying to learn about the culture in India. Revered as the deity of knowledge, music, art, wisdom, and learning, Saraswati, with her book and the Veena, symbolizes the harmonious blend of science and art, of knowledge and creativity. And I believe that in many ways, the story of Saraswati mirrors Sweden's approach to life science and digitalization. Just as Saraswati seamlessly blends different domains of knowledge and creativity, Sweden too has integrated not only life sciences and digitalizations, two seemingly distinct fields, to create a unique ecosystem of innovation and growth, but also we have a multiple helix approach, which also encompasses these two different aspects. So Sweden's life science sector, much like Saraswati's book, is a repository of knowledge and research, driving innovation and development in healthcare. On the other hand, the countries, my own countries, pioneering efforts in digitalizations echo the creativity and artistry of Saraswati's Veena, transforming traditional healthcare delivery into a more efficient and accessible system. The blend of life sciences and digitalization in Sweden, much like the story of Saraswati, is a testament to the power of integration and collaboration, and it's also a story of how diverse fields can come together to create something truly remarkable, driving growth, innovation, and progress. So let's keep the story of Saraswati in mind as a symbol of the harmonious blend of life science and digitalization, and as an inspiration for our own efforts in these fields. How can we apply these lessons to our own context to drive innovation and growth in life sciences and digitalization? And I have 5 areas of Sweden-India collaboration that I would like to point towards, where we can do things together. One is about data. Sweden's life science sector has been at the forefront of integrating digital technologies into research and healthcare. And our digital health record system is a prime example of this, where digitalization has improved healthcare and patient outcomes. This integration of digital technologies into life sciences has not only streamlined processes, but also opened up new avenues for research and innovation. So the question here is, how can we share data with each other? And I met this colleague from Punjab here, and I realized that you're the only one I've talked with here, and I realized that we could do things together already in this aspect. The second thing I would like to point towards is about ecosystems and platforms. Sweden's innovation ecosystem, as seen in the work of the publicly funded organization Vinnova. Some of you might have been in contact with the Swedish innovation organization Vinnova. It's a testament to our country's commitment to fostering innovation in life science and digitalization. Vinnova's initiative to develop a highly automated method for continuous statistical monitoring of the life science sector is an excellent example of how digital technologies can be leveraged to support innovation in life sciences. Through Mantan, for instance, Office of Principal Scientific Advisors' own tool for connecting researchers, can we find venues of collaboration through that one? The third one I would like to talk about is about targeted projects. The Precision Health project in Sweden is a clear example of the intersection of life sciences and digitalization. This project aims to develop personalized healthcare solutions by combining different types of data, from genetic and molecular data to lifestyle and environmental data, a holistic approach. This approach leverages digital technologies to enhance research and healthcare delivery in the life sciences sector. So here we have plenty of possibilities between Sweden and India when it comes to joint calls within life science. We also have a lot of possible collaboration, areas for collaboration within the EU. I can tell you there is one at the moment, actually. The fourth area I would like to point towards deals with learning. So the life sciences sector in Sweden faces challenges in talent acquisition and retention, particularly in attracting individuals with IT and digital skills. This highlights the increasing importance of digital skills in the life science sector and the need for strategies to attract and retain talent in this field. And I'm happy to tell you that we now have a researcher mobility program between Sweden and India, which would facilitate this kind of collaboration. The final one is about the Swedish multiple helix approach. The strong collaborative environment in our life science sector, with research from universities being commercialized and growth within innovation support system, is a testament to the potential of combining life sciences and digitalization. This approach not only fosters innovation, but also creates jobs and attracts talent, capital, and establishments. Remember that more than 2/3 of Sweden's R&D is funded by the private sector. I've learned that it's 1/3 in India. So we need the private sector to lead the way in India. That's my understanding. We have AstraZeneca, the Swedish company, British company. We are in Jodhpur at the moment and have a center of excellence there. We can have plenty more. And I'm here to collaborate with you on these areas. These 5 themes that I briefly went through gives a brief description of the Swedish system and the challenges and opportunities that we have. Again, led by the insight that knowledge and creativity is at the core of development, just as Saraswati teaches us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Per-Anne Wikström, Counselor, Head of Office of Science and Innovation, Embassy of Sweden, New Delhi. You talked about the 5 aspects, and you also talked about that how collaboration can happen. You referred to your discussion with Dr. Adaba Karthik. Dr. Basan Garg also said in his inaugural speech that National Health Authority is also looking for collaboration, like partners coming from all strata of the society. It can be private players, startups, innovators, all can come together and work together. And this is for sure that unless we collaborate more, there's no moving ahead in the right direction with a positive set of mind. And this kind of platform always help us to brainstorm and to find ways to collaborate with each other. And the mantra of APAC News Network has been not only a media company, but a community building company. We believe in the power of bringing communities together so that change can happen. Thank you so much, Per-Anne Wikström. With this, I request Dr. Adaba Karthik, IAS Special Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Punjab, to share his thoughts on enabling healthcare with technology. Over to you, sir. A huge round of applause for him, please.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. Before I basically talk you through the landscape and emerging technologies around the world, I want to give you a brief introduction about myself so that you understand where I'm sandwiched. I'm an IS officer from the Punjab cadre, but I'm also a medical doctor trained in India. And then I did my master's in public health in the US and also did a PhD in health informatics in the US. I'm a practitioner, researcher, and an educator. I'm a faculty at Yale School of Medicine and at University of North Carolina School of Data Science. So I'm essentially a medical practitioner with training and research in data science, especially in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So most of my research is, of course, based in the US at the cutting edge in oncology informatics. That's where I specialize. I also work for the government of Punjab. So I will also talk about some of the interesting initiatives and innovations we've had in the government of Punjab. Let me first take you where globally, in terms of emerging technologies, the world is moving, and then I'll talk about what is happening within India as well. Essentially, what is happening in the AI and machine learning space around the world is, especially in the first world developed countries, there's a lot of access to data, both not just structured data, unstructured and semi-structured data. So what essentially is happening is most of the AI machine learning applications that are built are not just on unimodal data, but on multimodal data. So essentially, machines do well in terms of their intelligence when they have all forms of data. And that is essentially where AI and machine learning are going to go. The next part is now with ChatGPT and other large language models coming in, you can actually dig into large data sets around the world, you can scrape them. And so no longer are going to be times where people are just going to Google things, but people are going to chat with AI chatbots. Now, what this basically emerges is an interesting dimension where AI machine learning is, over the next decade or so, is going to become already an integral part of our life. It is already an integral part of our lives now. It's going to be even more embedded into our lives. Now, what are the challenges because of that? The first challenge that emerges because of this AI machine learning coming into the world is on safety and the risk associated with AI and machine learning. Essentially, when we have AI and machine learning, it is almost like a drug that we take. So when we take a drug, it's not that we would take the drug without it going through a phase development. So there are safety checks. So you have animal trials and you have clinical trials for safety, and then you have for efficacy as well. Essentially around the world, the movement is towards having these AI and machine learning applications focused on safety and associated with risk, responsibility, fairness, and others. So essentially, both in the US as well as in Europe, there are large-scale regulatory reforms that those countries are thinking about. And that is a big space where we really don't have anything in India. Now, does that mean that we don't do anything about AI and machine learning? Not at all. So one interesting initiative, innovation that we have in Punjab, and this is by far the first application in the entire world where there is an AI machine learning application that's not just been, so most AI and machine learning applications, especially in healthcare, are largely in the clinical space. They've really not got down to people. But one innovation which came from a startup from Bangalore called Nirmai, what they've essentially done is they've come up with breast thermography. So essentially when we diagnose breast cancer, the standard modality is mammography. Now mammography is again a intervention from the first world. So essentially you take the breast tissue and take almost like a photocopy of the breast tissue. And what happens because of that is you have to derobe yourself, you have to allow a technician to hold you, and it's a very painful and an excruciating feature. So what essentially has happened because of Nirmai's breast thermography is we now have a thermal scanner. So the patient goes into a closed room and the patient sits before the thermal scanner and you simply take an image of the thermal scanner, and there is nobody around there. The technician sits outside, and one did not know whether this technology, which is also augmented by AI, once you have a heat map of the breast tissue in 5 different regions, it's not just you're taking anterior, posterior, but you're also taking lateral sides and all the sides. And essentially what you're looking into is the thermography. So it's basically what is the heat that is being generated both by the normal and the abnormal cells of the breast tissue. And then you convert that with deep learning algorithms and ensemble algorithms, you convert this heat map into a BIRAT score, which is essentially what you would have in a mammogram. Now, we've done multiple studies in both government of Karnataka and government of Punjab have helped Nirmai take this tool from a proof of concept to a real world, large scale population level screening tool. I'm happy to report to you that in the government of Punjab, we've been able to screen about 20,000 women using the thermography equipment augmented by AI. Now, this is the first ever example in the entire world where you have a large scale AI enabled screening tool to basically detect for abnormalities in breast. It's not just about breast, no other organ. You have these AI-enabled tools at the population level. Whatever AI-enabled tools you have for screening, you have them for lung, you have them for a variety of other tissues as well, other organs as well, but they're largely at clinical trials, but you don't have them at a population level. Now, how did this innovation happen? This innovation happened primarily because we have such a possibility and such an ecosystem within India where you have startups coming up with very interesting ideas, and then you have governments accepting these innovations and helping the rollout of such large-scale projects. Now, essentially, it doesn't mean that this AI application is not vested with its own challenges. Now, the basic challenge first is from the users themselves. The biggest challenge is women, would they be comfortable? Now, what we've realized is once we've had about the first 2,000, 3,000 women coming comfortably to the camps, then this became almost like a spree in rural Punjab, in the hinterland, where people realize that this is a fairly easy tool. In about 20 minutes, you get screened. So essentially, what you want to do is when you design technology, you want to think about the end user. So what you call as human-centered design thinking, or you want to talk about participatory co-design processes. The second part is how do we therefore get this technology? So a lot of startups come up with very interesting ideas, but what Nirmai has done really well is it has also embedded science into it. So it is not just that they've gone about coming into the commercializing this product. There's a lot of scientific patents. For example, we've helped them get about 10 patents just from the US FDA. They have about 30 patents from the Indian government side. They also have patents from Europe. They have patents in Australia and Singapore. So what we've essentially seen is we've seen science powering this innovation. And then when the startup technology, science, and the government come together, here is an example that is truly outstanding, not just to India, but around the world. Now, I also want to talk to you about what are some use cases and emerging technology beyond AI and machine learning. One major challenge that India is likely to face in the next 10 years is we're coming up with a large number of medical schools in India. When I went to medical school, we've probably had about 200, 300 medical schools in the state, in the center, and the private sector. But now, both in the private sector and in the public sector, there are a large number of medical colleges that are coming in. Now, one challenge that we are not able to really think through is when we have these large medical colleges coming in, which is more the brick and mortar, you set up these medical colleges, how are we going to train our young medical professionals? Now, the problem is you won't have so many trained medical teachers, and you would essentially find your students not having adequate training, so we're not going to generate great quality medical doctors. Now, there's already a thinking in states like Uttar Pradesh, states like Punjab, or even also in the government of India, on how do we therefore come up with this challenge where you don't have trained medical professionals, educators who would train the next generation of medical students. So how do we face this challenge? So essentially, when we look into what has happened in the first world countries, they've built what are called simulated labs. So essentially using VR and AR, or for that matter, mixed reality, what you can do is you have these simulatory labs where essentially all the medical skills that a student needs to learn, you can break the skill into various subset of skills, and the student can learn the basic skills on these high fidelity mannequins in a simulated environment. So it's almost like this. So if you want the student to learn how to suture, you go to the simulated environment, use a high fidelity mannequin, break the skill into subset of skills, and you first learn the skill on the high fidelity mannequin before you actually experiment on the real patient. So essentially, therefore, in all the medical schools in the US, for instance, it is very mandatory for students to pass their exams on skills on these virtual simulated labs. So every department in the US would have these simulated labs, which are essentially augmented by either AR, VR, or mixed reality, sometimes even more advanced technology. And then you break the skill into sub-skills. Students learn the skills on these high-fidelity mannequins, improve their skills, and only then start working on patients. Now, this is something which has been tried, tested. There is enough evidence on how this simulated learning helps medical students. Now, can we really adopt that in India? But some of these simulated labs, the problem is they're extremely expensive. Now, one of my own labs in the US, for instance, we've spent about $5 to $6 million just to build one simulatory lab in the field that I specialize, that is radiation oncology. Now, a lot of medical colleges in India are not going to have that many resources. So essentially, as a country, we need to think about how can we build these low-cost, high-fidelity mannequins and virtual simulated labs so that the next generation of medical students can actually learn in a virtual simulated environment rather than actually trying on the patients without actually testing skills. So there's a lot of initial work that is happening. We are looking at building these low-cost prototypes. There's a lot of labs based in Pune and in Lucknow and in Chandigarh, where we're coming up with also partnering with IIT Mumbai, IIT Ropar, IIT Delhi to come up with these low-cost, high-fidelity mannequins and virtual simulatory labs. So I wanted to kind of give you examples that the world has become such a connected place. There's a lot of interesting technology that is growing out in research in healthcare in the West. There are also very interesting examples of great innovations happening within India as well. So I want to just leave you with these two broad thoughts. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karthik from the government of Punjab. That's unique what you have said, that thermography powered by AI, perhaps for the first time in the world it's happening. And also how you're focusing on the low-cost prototypes by partnering with the Center of Excellences. That is important for a country like India. And again, I think here also partnership, collaboration will be the key. And it also talks about the innovation in the policy and also approach to the healthcare. That is also needed. I think that has started happening of late in a country like India as well. Thank you so much. We also have a speaker from the government, if I say so. We have Urvashi Prasad, Director Office of VC Niti Aayog. We know how important role being played by Niti Aayog. So I request her to share her experience or health tech, enabling healthcare with technology. Over to you.
Thank you. And I've been listening to all the speakers who have had such incredible insights to share on the health tech innovation and digital ecosystem that is being developed in India. I think I'll just highlight a few macro level issues or trends because as mentioned, I work at the Niti Aayog. We are the policy think tank of the government, and so we do look at these macro trends or issues very carefully and regularly. And where does technology really fit into each of these? Where does innovation, digital innovation in particular, fit in? So I think one very important trend that we are seeing the Indian health system go through is a shift from curative to preventive and a focus on wellness. So we are now talking a lot more about prevention, about public health, about wellness. And I think that is a trend that we have really seen pick up in the last few years. And also post-COVID, I think even amongst the citizens at large, there is a greater realization that, healthcare doesn't mean cure alone. It doesn't mean hospital-based care alone. So I think that is one big macro level trend that we are seeing. And so how does technology really help us to make that shift, from curative to preventive and, promotive and wellness? And I think there one very important shift is that people are now becoming more conscious about their health. And so how can technology really help people to keep better track of their health and fitness and wellness? So I think that is, a big scope for technology and a big role that technology can play in our health system in really helping us make this shift. Also, healthcare is now moving out of hospitals. It's moving from hospitals to clinics to the home and ultimately to the individual. So in all of this, technology has a very big role to play because, once we take healthcare away from hospitals, we take it away from a doctor-centric approach. Obviously still doctors, specialists are still critical. They are still a backbone of the health system, and you still cannot do without them. But we're also looking at other types of, care which can be provided in other settings now. And the home has become a very important setting, and then finally the individual. So I think technology has a big role to play in all of these, sort of shifts that we are making. The second big trend that we are seeing is a demographic transition in the country. We are still a country of young people. We still have the demographic dividend, to reap, and we will have that for many more years to come. But also our population of senior citizens is going up. And that too will have important implications for how we design our health system, how we think about innovations, because we do need to cater to this population of senior citizens much better. In fact, there are some states in India where to a great extent this transition has already happened. There's a large and substantial population of senior citizens. And with the fertility rates stabilizing in the country, we're going to only see this happening more. So how do we address this demographic transition from a health system preparedness, innovation perspective is also something that is high on the agenda now. The next big sort of trend, which most of us are aware of, is of course the NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, and we are battling with a rising burden of non-communicable diseases. Whether it's cancer, whether it's heart disease, diabetes, mental health issues, and again here. A lot of these are chronic conditions. A lot of these are conditions that people need to live with for many years or even their entire lives. and what role can technology play in helping people, helping health providers keep a better track of how a particular individual is doing, somebody who is living with a chronic condition, how they are doing. There's a huge role for technology. There's a huge role for, especially something like Internet of Things. In fact, there are other countries, we heard about Sweden's experience, but even closer home, countries like Malaysia, many others, they're actually using Internet of Things. They're using digital technologies to create, smart sensors, to create wearables, to create, monitoring devices, advanced, sophisticated imaging devices, because we need all of this now. When we have to deal with this huge burden of NCDs, we need to equip ourselves, with all these tools. Then I think the human resources aspect, and I do want to touch upon that because, I mentioned doctors and specialists, and, we often say that, there is a shortage of doctors and specialists in our health system. There is an inequitable distribution, and that is true. And of course, the government is working on many reforms to address that. But we're also trying to create other cadres of health professionals, who can work at the primary healthcare level, especially. And so we also need to see how technology can equip these cadres. Many of you would be knowing that the government has set up health and wellness centers under the Ayushman Bharat program. And we don't envisage that, you would have a doctor at these centers, right? You would have a primary healthcare team. And how can technology really help that team to deliver on elements like screening for NCDs, awareness, ensuring that there's better referral, from the primary care level to further levels of care. So there's technology at a hospital level, at an imaging level, diagnostic level, and also at a primary healthcare level. How can technology, how can innovation, help us there? So that is another piece. Also, a big issue for us, in the policy space is going beyond the urban areas. A lot of times, also when we talk of technology, we talk of, digitization. Historically, it has been something which has been, something which you experience only in the large urban centers. That is changing. Now we have seen, and even during COVID, even something like telemedicine, it's even reaching, smaller towns, smaller cities, even rural and remote areas. So that is the big shift that we are seeing. And we need to push more in that direction, because we do need to take technology and the benefits of technology to all parts of our country, and make sure that the digital divide, which we often talk about or witness, is not a reality for us. So that is, I think, a big issue as well. And finally, I would just highlight the whole medtech sector, because, medical devices, pharma, huge innovation, that we saw even during COVID, extensive use of technology, right from cleaning, disinfection robots in hospitals to, remote ICUs, tremendous, amount of innovation that we saw. But we need to keep that up in the post-COVID era. We need to bring in the private sector, as was highlighted by the previous speaker, that in India, still when we talk of research, bulk of the funding comes from the government. And yes, while we say that the government needs to further step up, funding on research, we also need the private sector to come in a much bigger way. So I think that is definitely one factor, but we also need to acknowledge the role that international collaboration plays in that. And this, given that this is India's G20 presidency year, we are raising these issues, through the health working groups. And it's really important that we have, cross-border collaboration on innovation, on research, on data for research, because, the pandemic was not the last crisis, that the world is going to face. And we anyway face a lot of health issues on an ongoing basis. If we look at something like TB, it is very much an ongoing epidemic in many parts of the world. So we need this kind of collaboration that we saw during the COVID era, in digital innovation, in technologies, in data, to also extend beyond. And hopefully we will achieve some of this through our G20 presidency. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Urvashi Prasad, Director of Office of VC Niti Aayog. As you have rightly said, taking cue from what you have said, I can take the example of how telemedicine has played a major role during COVID. We never experienced the way telemedicine was used during the COVID period before that. And you talked about that patient coming out of the hospitals, and actually that has happened. And now many people are opting for that. And obviously, technology is again being an enabler for that. At the beginning of this conference, Dr. Basangarg or other speakers also talked about collaboration and how private entities also need to come up to share their experience. So we have two industry leaders with us. I know Honorable Minister has to leave, so I'll take permission from Honorable Minister that maybe 10-15 minutes, and then we'll wrap the inaugural session before we call you for your speech, sir. So I request Praveena Gundia, Commercial Director, Iron Mountain India, to share her viewpoint on enabling healthcare with technology. Over to you.
Thank you, everyone, distinguished guests, people from the government, healthcare professionals. It's indeed an honor that I stand in front of you and give me an opportunity to talk and share my views in front of all of you. So we just heard from the panelists over here. We heard from Dr. Garg, who said, imagine a world where a patient walks into a hospital with an ABHA number and he can access all his healthcare records. The doctor can go through all his medical history and know how to treat him. We also heard that imagine a world where the patient has been discharged and you have just within a few hours, the medical insurance company has cleared all the records and the payment is done, everything is done, and the patient is free to go. It all happens within a few hours. We also heard from our other distinguished guests over here where he said, imagine a world where AI, ML tools pick up information the way it has to be done and process everything so quickly. If government is imagining all this, if government is going beyond all this to make this world happen, and it's indeed collaboration that will ensure that everything is set right and everything happens to the T. And that's where companies like us from the private sector come in. That's where companies like us from Iron Mountain, I represent Iron Mountain, and that's where we come in. So just to introduce myself, my name is Praveena Gundaya. I head the commercial function at Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain is a company that has been around for 70 odd years. It is primarily in the data management space. So we started off as a paper record company many years ago. And over the last few years, we have now transformed ourselves into a digital and an information management company. So all that is imagined in the front side. We really do the back side. We really manage all your data. We really manage everything so that the data that has to be stored in a particular way, whether it is the physical part of it, whether it's the digital part of it, with reference to all the privacy issues, the data concerns that we have, all that is securely stored in our facilities, in our servers, managed by software, so that whenever the doctor is with the patient, he can access the record very quickly in a matter of few seconds with the Aadhaar card that we were talking about. So if there is any other requirement that if there are doctors who are working on equipment and data sits on equipment that has to be recycled, or that has to be destroyed in a certain way, we handle that for you. So we are really the data and information management company that works with all hospitals, majority of the hospitals. We have over 230,000 customers worldwide and work with more than 3,500 throughout the world. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you. I will take you through more on what we do really in the presentation that we have next, but this is just to say thank you very much, and it's a great opportunity to collaborate with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Pravina, for making my life a little easy. Sticking to the time, thank you so much. But absolutely, we all know the importance of data and the kind of work your company been doing in terms of data management and all those things. We know the data is oil, new oil. I'm sure the presentation in the later half of the day will give us more insights about your company's innovation in the data space for healthcare. Thank you so much. I'll request Shweta Sharma, Segment Head, Building Schneider Electric India, to share her viewpoint on enabling healthcare with technology. Over to you, Shweta.
Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to all of you. Thank you, APAC, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on healthcare sector and how energy management is extremely important when we talk about healthcare. Uh, I've heard my co-speakers talking so much about digitization, which is extremely important, so much about digitalization, collaboration between public and private sectors. This all facts and figures ensures that criticality of healthcare is very, very important today. It is certainly a very critical facility when we talk about the availability of services. It has to be up and running 24/7. No downtime can be bared when it comes to the hospitals or any kind of healthcare sector, which also makes healthcare extremely energy intensive sector. Now, when we talk about how much do you spend on your energy part while operating a hospital or any healthcare segment, healthcare sector. So the study says that 25% of the OPEX cost, which is operation cost of any healthcare facility, goes into the energy or energy consumption, which is very significant. Now, this also indicates how much is the emission coming out from the healthcare sector. And that's my topic for today, where next 5 minutes, I'm going to throw some light on it and would, leave you with the thought of when we talk so much about sustainability as a community, as a healthcare community, how do we contribute to energy sustainability, ensuring that we align with India's mission of achieving net zero. So to start with just couple of insights in terms of statistics. So if healthcare sector was to be a country, it would have been the 5th largest emitter of greenhouse gas. So you can understand what is the carbon footprint healthcare is leaving. Now, sustainability is extremely important. It is a buzzword. Rather, today, if we talk about energy sustainability, it has become much more than social responsibility. It is a fact that if we don't address sustainability, if we don't address the carbon footprint we are making today, the future looks to be very scary. We have heard, we have read, we have seen many research talking about it. Now, especially in healthcare sector, where energy consumptions are very high, like I said before, what can we do about it? Very simple strategy will work here. I mean, there are so many research done around it, but I would put across just simple strategy, which is just 3-step strategy. The first is know where you stand. As a healthcare facility, we all need to know how much is the carbon emission, how much is the greenhouse emission we are giving in the atmosphere. So that is number one, the very first step. The second step, set a target. Set a target to reach, if not net zero, at least half it. half it by a certain timeline. So define your target very clearly. And then the third, the most important thing, define your plan and deploy the action. Now, this is very critical. How do you define your plan? What is your strategy? It's a long story or it is a long topic. So I will just highlight few very important things and leave you with that thought. Decarbonization, people have been talking more and more about it, but then it sounds like when you say decarbonization, what do? You stop, using completely the fossil fuels, you get off the petrol. No, it's not only that. So when we say decarbonization, of course, moving to renewable energy sources is extremely important, especially in healthcare. Why? Because by 2040, around 70% of the energy requirement in healthcare is expected to come from renewable sources. So the faster you move to renewable, the better it is for all of us. Second point, electrify. Electrify whatever you can. Reduce your dependency on fossil fuels. Electricity is 3 to 5 times more efficient when it comes to green energy. So electrify whatever you can. Use green products. Now, this is again a very large topic. When I say use green products, there are products which are SF6 free. There are products which are green certified. The more and more usage of such products will help you decarbonize your facility faster. And so this is all about decarbonization. The next D is digitization. We heard the other speakers talking so much about digitization. I agree very strongly with all of those. Digitization is extremely important. It is a strong enabler of sustainability also. Use IoT devices, use the devices which can communicate to each other. But then once you have the data collected by your sensors or by your communicable devices, what do you do with those devices? What do you do with those data? That's where your software comes. Utilization of data is extremely important. Know the trend, predict the future, address the downtime which can happen in future. So utilization of data through the software, through the on-prem software or the cloud-based software. We have plenty of softwares available. So digitization is another strong enabler of sustainability. Number 3 is decentralize. What do you decentralize? Decentralize your energy requirement. Adopt the technology which generates the electricity on the site, consumes, and then store it. We can go one step ahead. We can give the energy back to the grid as well. So there are plenty of technology which can help you decarbonize, which can help you become more green. It is the time that we start adapting these technology faster. Innovative approaches like active energy management could be one of them. Now, as healthcare community, I think it is time. It calls for the collaboration, join hands together between private player, technology, all of us together, and then plan for the future healthcare, which is much more sustainable, much more efficient, and much more patient-centric. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sweta Sharma from Schneider Electric India. If I just want to sum up, I can say energizing digitization with a sustainable method and innovation. That's what Schneider has been doing in various sectors, including healthcare sector. And this brings us to the very important part of the inaugural session. I request Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, Honorable Minister, Health and Education, Government of Uttarakhand, to give his special address as guest of honor. उत्तराखंड में जो काम हो रहा है हेल्थ सेक्टर में और एजुकेशन सेक्टर में, बहुत सालों से डॉक्टर धन सिंह रावत उनको देख रहे हैं और बहुत ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन काम हुआ है। तो मैं मंत्री जी को अनुरोध करता हूं कि इस इवेंट को तो संबोधित करें और हमें बताइए कि उत्तराखंड में क्या हो रहा है, क्या क्या होने वाला है और कैसे सबको आप स्वागत कर सकते हैं इन द ब्यूटीफुल स्टेट ऑफ उत्तराखंड। ओवर टू यू सर। अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम प्लीज।
बघेल जी नहीं बोलेंगे? मंच पर उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित अतिथि और इस हॉल में आए सभी प्रतिनिधि, मैं सबसे पहले तो उत्तराखंड की ओर से और अपनी ओर से आप सबको बधाई दे रहा हूं कि आप काफी देर से हम सब लोगों को भी सुन रहे हैं और आज दिन भर आप लोगों का ये पूरा अभियान चलने वाला है। मैं सबसे पहले तो गोपी भाई को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और न्यूज नेटवर्क नई दिल्ली को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आज आप सब लोगों ने हमको यहाँ पे बुलाया है। और मैं भी लगभग 4 साल से आपके कार्यक्रम में आता रहता हूं। कभी आप शिक्षा पे बुलाते हैं मुझे, कभी स्वास्थ्य पे बुलाते हैं, कभी कोऑपरेटिव पे बुलाते हैं। तो अच्छा ये है कि आप लोग कुछ करते रहते हैं। मैंने अभी तक 6 वक्ताओं को सुना, 7वां मैं हूं अब। सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। इस 9 वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डिजिटल भारत के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम किया है और आयुष्मान भारत डिजिटल मिशन जो हमारे देश में लॉन्च हुआ है उसमें भी बहुत बड़ा काम हो रहा है। अभी देश के सभी स्वास्थ्य मंत्रियों को मैंने देहरादून में एक चिंतन शिविर में बुलाया था और काफी लोग आप में से भी वहां आए थे। वहां पे भी काफी चिंतन हुआ कि भाई हमको आयुष्मान भारत से लेके अपने जो स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं हैं, अपने जो टेलीमेडिसिन है, जो आयुष्मान कार्ड बन रहे हैं, जो डिजिटल हेल्थ आईडी बन रहे हैं, इस पे जो है लगभग 2 दिन हम लोग वहां बैठे थे। और मैं आप सब लोगों को ये भी बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि भारत जैसे देश में जब कोविड आया तो तब लग रहा था कि तो दिक्कतें आ सकते हैं, लेकिन पूरे देश और विश्व ने ये देख लिया कि भारत कुछ भी परिस्थितियों में जो है कितना भी दिक्कतें हो तब भी उसका सामना कर सकता है। और अभी हमारे जो आयुष्मान भारत के सीईओ है उन्होंने कहा कि लगभग 200 से ज्यादा करोड़ लोगों पे हमने जो है टीकाकरण किया है। आपको पता नहीं कितना ज्ञान है कि उत्तराखंड राज्य में भी हमने वैक्सीन के पहली डोज 100% लोगों पे लगाई, दूसरी डोज भी 100% लोगों पे लगाए और ऐसी परिस्थिति में लगाई कि हमारी जो भौगोलिक परिस्थितियां हैं वहां एक गांव में जाने के लिए कई बार 7 दिन लग जाते हैं और तब भी हमारे हेल्थ वर्कर वहां गए, घर घर जाके जो है वैक्सीन की डोज लगाई गई। तो बहुत विकट परिस्थितियों में भी काम किया जाता है। और जहां तक सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी का सवाल है तो मैं 2-3 उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं आप लोगों के सामने में कि हमारे राज्य में 1700 वेलनेस सेंटर चल रहे हैं और भौगोलिक परिस्थितियां हमारी ऐसी हैं कि एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में आने के लिए मरीज को कई बार जो है 10 घंटे लग जाते हैं। तो जब से हमने वेलनेस सेंटर बनाए तो वहां पे जो भी मरीज आता है वो टेलीमेडिसिन से डॉक्टर से बात कर लेता है और आपको ताज्जुब होगा लगभग 1 लाख से ज्यादा मरीज एक साल में हम टेलीमेडिसिन से उनका उपचार करा। एक बड़ी भारी क्रांति है ये भी कि हर मरीज जो एम्स नहीं आ सकता है, जो मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं जा सकता है, वो जो जिला हॉस्पिटल नहीं आ सकता है, वो जो है अपने घर में रह के ही अच्छे अच्छे डॉक्टरों से जो है परामर्श ले सकता है और हम उसको वहां पे इलाज करा सकते हैं। तो एक बड़ा काम जो है स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में हो रहा है। दूसरा, आयुष्मान भारत जब से आया तो तब से करोड़ों लोगों का इलाज फ्री हो रहा है। उत्तराखंड तो ऐसा राज्य है कि आयुष्मान वहां सबके लिए है, हर व्यक्ति के लिए, और हम लगभग 7 लाख लोगों का इलाज फ्री कराते हैं, लगभग 1500 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करते हैं। और अभी मैं आपसे बात कर रहा था गर्ग जी से कि देश का पहला राज्य हमारा जो कि हम आयुष्मान में 1 हफ्ते में सबका पेमेंट कर लेते हैं। 1 हफ्ते से ज्यादा अगर पेमेंट किसी का रुका तो उसकी तनख्वाह से कटेगा जिसने पेमेंट रोका है। तो ये भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं यहाँ पे 2-3 बातें कहना चाहता हूँ कि भारत की जो भौगोलिक परिस्थितियां हैं, कई बार आईटी के जमाने में भी वो बहुत दिक्कतें होती हैं। हमारे जो 15,000 ग्राम सभाएं हैं, अभी 4G और 5G जाने में वहां लगभग 5 साल और लग जाएंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। आपको पता नहीं कितना ज्ञान है, आप लोग कितने लोग उत्तराखंड आ रखे मैं नहीं जानता हूं, लेकिन अभी मैं बद्रीनाथ और केदारनाथ में 50 बेड का हॉस्पिटल बना रहा हूं। वहां पे लगभग हमारे 40 लाख यात्री आ जाते हैं। आपको ताजुब होगा, 3 साल हो गए अभी तक हम हॉस्पिटल नहीं बना पाए। वहां लेंटर जो है 3 ही मंजिल पड़ा है अभी, क्योंकि वहां 90 दिन काम होता है और 9 महीने क्या रहता है, या तो बर्फ रहती है या बारिश रहती है या बंद रहता है। कई बार मैं ये भी सोचता हूं कि जब मैं कहता हूं कि साहब हमारे यहाँ की सड़क बनने में 2.5 साल लगेंगे, तो लोग मेरी तरफ देखते हैं, मंत्री जी 2.5 साल में सड़क बनेगी वहां की। लेकिन दिक्कत यह है कि 40 ही लगभग 100 दिन ही काम हो पाता है वहां पे। तो जो हम बद्रीनाथ केदारनाथ में हॉस्पिटल बना रहे हैं, वो अब तीसरे साल वो क्या है, फंक्शन में आएगा। और जब फंक्शन में आएगा तो ये भी देखना पड़ता है कि वहां जिस डॉक्टर को भेजना है वो जो है 12,000 फीट पे रह पाएगा कि नहीं पे रह पाएगा। ये भी देखना पड़ता है कि उसकी उम्र अगर 40 साल से ज्यादा है तो उसको वहां भेजना है कि नहीं भेजना। पता चला है कि उसके इलाज के लिए फिर एक दूसरा डॉक्टर भेजना पड़ रहा है। तो ये जो परिस्थितियां हैं भारत की, ये बहुत भिन्न है। और अभी मैं अपने गर्ग साहब से कह रहा था कि देहरादून और दिल्ली में एक बैग सीमेंट का जो 500 रुपए का है, वो बद्रीनाथ जाते जाते जो है 2200 रुपए का हो जाता है। केदारनाथ जाते जाते वो 3,000 रुपए का हो जाता है। तो हम जो आईटी कर रहे हैं, जो हम सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी की बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ अगर एक बार लेंस वो हो गया क्या, आपदा आ गई या बारिश ज्यादा हो गई या बर्फ पड़ गई, तो 6 महीने तक फाइबर का भी पता नहीं चलेगा, नेटवर्क का भी पता नहीं चलेगा कि कहां चले गए। तो ये जो दिक्कतें हम लोगों की, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है हम लोगों के लिए। और मैं तो अब इस भरोसे पे हूं कि सैटेलाइट से कोई अच्छा एक सिस्टम आ कि हम जो है सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी में और अच्छा काम क्या कर सकते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि काफी चीजें फिर हमारे चैलेंज कम हो जाएंगे। एक मैं आप लोगों को ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि हमने भी ड्रोन पे बहुत काम किया है उत्तराखंड में, और आपने देखा होगा कि कई अखबारों ने भी ड्रोन पे बहुत लिखा। हमारे राज्य में नेशनल टीवी ने भी दिया उसको, नेशनल अखबारों ने भी दिया है। हम लोगों ने वैक्सीन को भी ड्रोन से भेजने का काम किया है। अभी टीबी के मरीजों को जो दवाई भेजते हैं वो भी ड्रोन से भेज देते हैं कई बार, लेकिन उसके लिए ड्रोन बना रहे हैं भाई हम। कई बार क्या है कि अगर कोहरा आ गया तो ड्रोन को फिर वापस मंगाना पड़ता है। कई बार कोहरे में पता ही नहीं चलता है कि ड्रोन कहाँ चला गया है। तो ये जो दिक्कतें हमारी, ये भी हमारे लिए बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज हम जो सब लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, नीति निर्धारक भी हैं, नीति आयोग के लोग भी हैं, और हमारे सचिव लोग भी हैं। पंजाब के यहाँ पे सचिव भी आ रखे हैं, मध्य प्रदेश से भी आ रखे हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश से आ रखे हैं, सभी लोग आ रखे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि भारत जैसे विविधता वाले देश में हमको ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि वहाँ की परिस्थितियां हमको क्या करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है कि जब से देश में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सरकार संभाली और मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी जब से हमारे स्वास्थ्य मंत्री बने, तो ये तो है कि स्वास्थ्य में बहुत काम हुआ है। पहले हमारे पूरे देश में 47,000 बच्चे एमबीबीएस करते थे। आज पूरे देश में 1,07,000 बच्चे हर साल एमबीबीएस कर रहे हैं। पहले 29,000 बच्चे एमडी करते थे, आज 63,000 बच्चे एमडी कर रहे हैं। पहले 340 मेडिकल कॉलेज थे, आज 700 मेडिकल कॉलेज हो गए हैं। हर जिले में मेडिकल कॉलेज हो गया है। तो काम तो बहुत हो रहा है, लेकिन हमको इन दोनों के बीच में सामंजस्य बिठाना पड़ेगा कि हम हॉस्पिटलों में जाता हूं, मैं पर डे 2 हॉस्पिटल में जाता हूं। कई बार देखता हूं मैं कि एक डॉक्टर खाली फोन पे लगा है, खाली बैठा है। एक डॉक्टर के यहाँ इतनी भीड़ है कि 200 लोग खड़े हैं क्यों में। अब हमको ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि एक डॉक्टर कितने मरीजों को देख पाएगा एक दिन में। नहीं तो कई बार क्या होता है, आप लोग कभी जाना कभी हॉस्पिटल में, अब डॉक्टर 40 से ज्यादा मरीजों को देखने के लिए बैठा रहता है, तो वो फिर वो देखता नहीं है मरीज की तरफ, तो वो खाली देख के पर्चा लिखता रहता है बस, क्योंकि कितने मरीजों को देखेगा वो। तो ये भी हमारी परिस्थितियां हैं। लेकिन अब आभा के आने के बाद अब हम ये कर रहे हैं कि 100% आभा अगर हो जाए सबकी, हमारे राज्य में अभी लगभग 39 लाख लोगों ने आभा आईडी बना दी है। अगर ये हो जाए तो 50 मिनट प्रत्येक मरीज के बच सकते हैं कि हम पहले से जो है वहाँ अपने आभा आईडी जमा कर दें और डॉक्टर को पूरा पता रहेगा कि भाई मरीज पे क्या दिक्कतें हैं, कब कब क्या रहा इसको। तो ये जो क्यू है ये भी हम कम कर सकते हैं, और ये तभी हो सकती है जब हम सूचना और प्रौद्योगिकी का बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल कर सकें। उसके लिए भारत सरकार भी निरंतर प्रयासरत है, हम लोग भी हैं। और मैं कह सकता हूँ कि अब स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में हर दृष्टि से बहुत काम हो रहा है। आपको पता नहीं कितना ज्ञान है कि हमारे राज्य में हम लोग 280 जांचें फ्री कराते हैं, और लगभग एक दिन में 2000 से ज्यादा लोग फ्री जांचें कराते हैं। हमारे यहाँ अगर गर्भवती महिला को अगर हॉस्पिटल लाना है तो जहां तक रोड है वहां तक तो हमारी एम्बुलेंस जाएगी, लेकिन जहां रोड नहीं है हम उनको पालकी देते हैं या डंडी कंडी देते हैं, उसके भी 2000 रुपये देते हैं। जो 4 लोग पालकी में बिठा के लाते हैं महिला को हॉस्पिटल तक, उनको भी 2000 रुपये देते हैं सरकार की तरफ से, ताकि गर्भवती महिला को जो है कोई दिक्कत ना रहे। ये काम भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। कई बार क्या होता है कि बहुत क्रिटिकल हो जाता है, कई बार केदारनाथ में आदमी की तबीयत खराब हो जाती है, तो हमने एयर एम्बुलेंस सेवा भी शुरू की है। 72 लोगों की जान हमने 1 महीने में बचाई है, जो केदारनाथ यात्रा पे गए थे, और उनको हमने एम्स लाए हैं, निःशुल्क लाते हैं। ये काम भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि फिर कभी समय होगा तो एक प्रेजेंटेशन में हम दे सकते हैं कि हम लोग क्या क्या कर रहे हैं। एक बार फिर मैं आप सब लोगों को अपनी ओर से बधाई दे रहा हूं, और ये भी निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं कि कभी धार्मिक यात्रा करनी हो तो आप हमारे राज्य में जरूर आना, मुझे फोन फान कर लेना, ठीक है। और मैं आप सब लोगों को अपनी ओर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों ने आज अच्छा टॉपिक रखा है। कुछ बातें निष्कर्ष जब निकलेगा तो कुछ मुझे भी आप लोग बता देना कि मंत्री जी हम अपने राज्य में और अच्छा क्या कर सकते हैं। वैसे तो बिष्ट जी बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, ये अम्बा के हॉस्पिटल को देखते हैं, और बहुत अच्छा हॉस्पिटल में केरल भी गया हूँ उनके हॉस्पिटल को देखने के लिए। पूरे विश्व में मुझे लगता है चुनिंदा हॉस्पिटल ऐसे होंगे जैसे कि क्या अमृता माई जी का हॉस्पिटल है। तो अच्छे अच्छे लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं, और मैं अपनी ओर से सबको बधाई दे रहा हूँ, धन्यवाद दे रहा हूँ कि आप लोगों ने मुझे भी आमंत्रित किया है। आज किसी कारण बस हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री माननीय बघेल जी हमारे बीच में नहीं आ पाए, मैं उनकी ओर से भी आप सब लोगों को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। सबका बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर धन सिंह रावत, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तराखंड। पिछले 1 घंटे के ऊपर से हम लोग जो डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि कैसे वी कैन ट्रांसफॉर्म हेल्थ केयर टेक्नोलॉजी के हेल्प से, कहाँ कहाँ डॉक्टर गर्ग ऑल्सो टॉक्ट अबाउट इंक्लूसिविटी। जब हम मंत्री जी को सुन रहे थे तब वो पता चला कि व्हाट इज द पावर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एंड हाउ इट कैन एक्चुअली ट्रांसफॉर्म द हेल्थ केयर। 1 लाख लोग से ज्यादा को टेलीमेडिसिन के द्वारा अटेंड किया गया है। सो जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ letting Per Ern Wikstrom understand what Honorable Minister was saying, that how they're using technology in a difficult terrain of Uttarakhand. More than 1 lakh people has been addressed through telemedicine. Your ambulance we talked about from the holy pilgrimage of Kedarnath Bandrigat, how they have taken, and also 100% vaccination of both the doses in the state of Uttarakhand. He talked about the difficult terrain of Uttarakhand. I have walked in Uttarakhand. I know from Almora to Chamoli, you have to drive down 12 hours. So you understand how you can deliver healthcare in those difficult terrains and how technology can be enabled in that. So a big round of applause for the people of Uttarakhand and the state of Uttarakhand, Honorable Minister. I would like to request मंत्री आपको अनुरोध करेंगे कि जो हमारे स्पीकर्स हैं इनॉग्रल के, उनके एक छोटा सा टोकन अप्रिसिएशन हम देंगे। Can we have the speaker mementos on stage, please? We can start with Dr. Basant Garg, Additional CEO of National Health Authority. to Mr. Per Ern Wikstrom from the Embassy of Sweden. To Per Ern Wikstrom from the Embassy of Sweden. To Dr. Adapa Karthik, Special Secretary, Department of Health, Government of Punjab. Dr. Adapa Karthik. To Urvashi Prasad from the Office of VC Niti Aayog. To Urvashi Prasad, Director, Office of VC Niti Aayog. To Praveena Gundia from Iron Mountain, India. And to Shweta Sharma from Schneider Electric, India. And I'll request Sangamitra Mohanty and Gopi Arora to come on stage, please. And also Neha to hand over a special token to Honorable Minister. Can I invite Mr. Gopi Arora, Sangamitra Mohanty, Neha Pal to come on stage, please. A big round of applause for the guest of honor, Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, Honorable Minister, the Health Education Government of Uttarakhand. That brings us to the end of part 1 of inaugural session. And before we start the inaugural session part 2, we have an award ceremony here. I'd like to request Dr. Deepa Malik, Padma Shri Khel Ratna and Arjun awardee, to come on stage, please. She's an inspiration to all of us. We welcome you, Dr. Deepa Malik, for coming here today. She'll be part of the session. Also request Dr. K. Madan Gopal from Niti Aayog to come on stage, please. He'll also be the part of the next session too. Dr. Sonia Trika, Director General Health Services, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Haryana, also to come on stage, please. And Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director and CEO, AIMS Bhopal, to come on stage, please. So, just to, that's the power of technology, and Dr. Basandat was saying that how ABHA has been a game changer. So, they're handing over an ABHA card to Dr. Deepa Malik and to Sangamitra Mohanty. They have created right away during this even inaugural session. So, they're handing over that to Dr. Deepa Malik and Sangamitra Mohanty as well. That's the power of technology. With this, we are starting the Healthcare Excellence Award. मैं मंत्री जी को अनुरोध करूंगा. So we are starting the award ceremony. Before we jump to the section 2 of the inaugural session, first category is leading hospital, and for that leading hospital West Zone, the winner is Parul Sevashram Hospital from Gujarat. A huge round of applause for the award winner, please. Parul Sevashram Hospital from the state of Gujarat, the leading hospital West Zone. Is the team here from Parul Sevashram Hospital? Yeah. So So that's the winner of leading hospital from the West Zone, Parul Srivastava Hospital, Gujarat. मैं मंत्री जी को अनुरोध करूंगा अगर अवार्ड विनर्स को थोड़ा ये अवार्ड दिया जाए मंत्री जी द्वारा. A big round of applause for the winner. I think Ekta Modi, CEO of Parul Srivastava Hospital, is here. Now the leading hospital, Central Zone. The award goes to Vishesh Jupiter Hospital, Indore. Leading hospital, Central Zone. The winner is Vishesh Jupiter Hospital, Indore. Can we have the winner? Yes. Old friend of ours. Well, congratulations, sir. That's the winner of the leading hospital from the Central Zone, Vishesh Jupiter Hospital, Indore. Now we move to the next segment of the award ceremony, Excellence in Patient Experience and Satisfaction. Excellence in Patient Experience and Satisfaction. The award goes to Rukmini Birla Hospital from the Northern region. A big round of applause for them. The award winner is Rukmini Birla Hospital from the Northern region for Excellence in Patient Experience and Satisfaction. A big round of applause for the award winner, please. That's Rukmini Birla Hospital team receiving the award. Now I'll announce the next award winner from the Southern region, Excellence in Patient Experience and Satisfaction. The award goes to Kim's Sunshine Hospital, to be received by Saurav Gupta, Regional Chief Operating Officer, Kim's Sunshine Hospitals. We have Saurav, yeah, Saurav is here. Congratulations, Saurav. That's the Excellence in Patient Experience and Satisfaction category won by King Sunshine Hospital from the Southern region. And the next award category is Leading Organization in Sustainability and Environmental Stewardship. Leading Organization in Sustainability and Environmental Stewardship. The award goes to Schneider Electric. A big round of applause for Schneider Electric, to be received by Bhupesh Arora, Business Head, Digital Energy Division of Schneider Electric. I request Mr. Bhupesh to come on stage, please, from Schneider Electric. They are the winners for Leading Organization in Sustainability and Environmental Stewardship. I can see the team Schneider is here. Can you have a big round of applause for all the award winners, please? The next category is Patient Safety and Quality Improvement. The award goes to Gujarmal Modi Hospital and Research Center for Medical Sciences under the aegis of Max Smart Super Specialty Hospital, to be received by Dr. Seher Qureshi, Head of Hospital Operations from Max Super Specialty Hospital. Next category is Patient Safety and Quality Improvement. Award winner is Gujarmal Modi Hospital and Center for Medical Sciences under the aegis of Max Smart Super Specialty Hospital. Dr. Seher Qureshi, Head of Operations, is here to receive the award. A big round of applause for them as well. The next category is Leading Cardiology Hospital. The award goes to UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center. UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center. The award to be received by Dr. Chirag Doshi, Director of UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center. A huge round of applause for him as well. Then the award goes to, now the next category is Emerging Dermatology Clinic. Emerging Dermatology Clinic. The award goes to Lay Fame of Derma Skin Hair and Laser Clinic, to be received by Radha Thakur, owner of Lay Fame Derma Skin Hair and Laser Clinic. Is she here? Huge round of applause for the Emerging Dermatology Clinic award winner. The next category is Leading Dental Care Hospital, and the award goes to Government Dental College and Hospital from Ahmedabad. Leading Dental Care Hospital, Government Dental College, Ahmedabad. I have told Dr. Girish Parmar, Dean and Additional Director Dental, Government of Dental College, Hospital, Ahmedabad is here. Yes. A huge round of applause for them, please. That's the Government Dental College of Ahmedabad team winning the award of Leading Dental Care Hospital. The next award is a very important award in public health category. It's Public Health Excellence Award. Goes to Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat for Smart Referral System. I request Shamina Hussain, the IAS Commissioner of Health, Medical Service and Medical Education, Government of Gujarat to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for her as well. Smart Referral System initiative in Gujarat has been undertaken by leveraging digital technology to improve the referral process between healthcare providers in the state. It has been a game-changing program as well. The next goes to, again for public health category, for Prasav Watch application by Department of Medical Health and Family Welfare, Government of Rajasthan. Prasav Watch application ke liye Department of Medical Health and Family Welfare, Government of Rajasthan. I have told Dr. Dheeraj Srivastav, Resident Commissioner of Rajasthan, and Dr. Tarun Chaudhary from Government of Rajasthan here to receive the award. A huge round of applause for the award winners. Prasav Watch application is a tablet interpartum and immediate postmortem monitoring and decision support tool. The Government of Rajasthan is implementing this application for facility level healthcare providers to state level decision makers. A huge round of applause for them. The next award goes to, for the category, State Health Agency, and the award goes to State Health Agency of Kerala for the project Karuna Arogya Suraksha Padhati. In short, it is known as KSP. Is there anyone from the Kerala? Yes. KSP is the healthcare scheme which aims at providing a health cover of rupees 5 lakh per family per year for secondary and tertiary care hospitalization. Dr. Vimal and Mr. Vivek is here from the State Health Agency of Kerala. Give us applaud for them as well. The next award winner is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS Bhopal, for the project AIMS Bhopal Swasthya Application Digital Initiative. I have been told that Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director CEO of AIMS Bhopal, is here to receive the award. A huge round of applause for him as well. Can you have a huge round of applause for all award winners, please? Next award goes to Niti Aayog for Aspirational Districts Program by Urvashi Prasad, Director, Niti Aayog. We all know Aspirational District Program is a unique experiment in data-driven governance that was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2018 to rapidly improve the socio-economic indicators of 112 relatively less developed districts across India. Award winner Niti Aayog to be taken by Urvashi Prasad. Huge round of applause for her. Now the next category of Healthcare Excellence Award is Healthcare Leadership Award. It goes to Dr. Rakesh Joshi, Medical Superintendent, Civil Hospital, Ahmedabad. Dr. Rakesh Joshi, winner of Healthcare Leadership Award from the Civil Hospital, Ahmedabad. Huge round of applause for him, please. To the next winner for Healthcare Leadership Award, Dr. Ashutosh Srivastava, Medical Director, Aditya Birla Health Services Private Limited. Dr. Ashutosh Srivastava, Medical Director, Aditya Birla Health Services Private Limited. A huge round of applause for him, please. I request all the award winners to come fast on stage because Honorable Minister has to leave and we have to start the next session. That's Dr. Ashutosh Srivastava, Medical Director, Aditya Birla Health Services Private Limited. The next award goes to Upasana Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital Private Limited. Dr. Saurav Raha will receive the award on our behalf. I request Dr. Saurav Raha to come on stage quickly, receive the award on behalf of Ms. Upasana Arora, MD of Yashoda's Super Specialty Hospital. Next award winner is Nilesh Shinde, Group Chief Technical Officer, Jupiter Hospital. Nilesh Shinde, Group CTO, Jupiter Hospital, winner of Healthcare Leadership Award. Huge round of applause for him. We move to the next segment, Health Visionary Leadership Award, Professor Dr. Ajay Singh, Executive Director, AIMS Bhopal. Professor Dr. Ajay Singh, Executive Director, AIMS Bhopal. He is here. Huge round of applause for him. The next award winner is Dr. Chirag Joshi, Director, UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center, for the category Healthcare Professional Excellence. Dr. Chirag Joshi, Director, UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center. Request you to come on stage, please. The winner of Healthcare Professional Excellence Award. Healthcare Visionary Leadership Award for the individual category. We request Urvashi Prasad, Director, Office of VC, Niti Aayog, to come on stage. She is the winner of Healthcare Visionary Leadership Award. A huge round of applause for her. The earlier award was for the department. This is for her individual contribution to the healthcare segment. A huge round of applause for her. Last but not the least, a very important award segment goes to Selva Kumar Devanand, Founder and Managing Director, TriMed Solutions, Healthcare Innovator of the Year. Healthcare Innovator of the Year, Selva Kumar Devanand, Founder and Managing Director, TriMed Solutions. I request you to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for it. Congratulations. That brings us to the end of the part one of the inaugural session of National Health Innovation Conclave. We thank Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, Honorable Minister, Health and Education, Government of Uttarakhand, for being part of the inaugural session. Thank you so much. With this, we move to the next segment, and we already have with us Dr. Deepa Malik, Dr. Sonia Trika, Professor Ajay Singh, and Dr. K. Madan Gopal with us on stage. You can take your seat, please, so that we can start the next section. And Honorable Minister, thank you so much. Bahut dhanyawad, sir. So this is the part two of the inaugural session. Theme is obviously enabling public healthcare with emerging technologies. In the inaugural session, we have heard that how different perspectives have come together from the government, from the diplomats, from the healthcare practitioners, and here also we have eminent guests with us for this session. Dr. Deepa Malik doesn't need any introduction. She has been an inspiration to many of us. Padma Shri Khel Ratna Arjuna awardee. Will hear from her about her thoughts of transforming healthcare. I'm sure she will inspire all of us with a talk, will motivate all of us for a talk. We are also joined by Dr. Sonia Trika, Director General Health Services, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Haryana. We are also joined by Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director and CEO, AIMS Bhopal, And we're also joined by Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Advisor, PHA, NHSRC, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and the former Senior Consultant of Niti Aayog. So without taking much time, I request Dr. Deepa Malik to share her thoughts on how we can inspire people and everybody around us. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction and this opportunity. I think more than motivation, this session is more about gratitude. Gratitude to the community who takes care of people like us holistically, whether it is a hospitalization, whether it is rehabilitation, whether it is diagnosis, whether it is radiology and assistive aids, whether it is the data science backups. I think what a beneficiary can become with these facilities, I am a live example of that. And how whatever passionate work you all are doing in healthcare sector can impact a life, change a life, make a life fruitful for someone to live and live happily. Even very important to use the word happily because mental well-being is an equal part of it when more than half your life has been in and out of hospitals. I was first diagnosed with weakness in my lower limbs when I was barely 5 years old. Parents saw otherwise a very peppy and very chirpy girl now sticking to bed and not moving out. And that's when it was alarming. And I'm very proud of my late father that even in 1974-75, the first thing he did was take me to a child psychologist. Even today, mental health is a big question, and people generally don't either declare or want to go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist because they have inhibitions and there are, taboos around it. But he took me there only because one of the neighbors commented that finally your girl is behaving like a girl. She's not seen kicking the football and pushing the boys over cycles. And she's sitting inside the house and painting and playing with dolls. This worried my father. And he says, this psychological pressure is not what we want our child to be under. And I don't want to give genders to toys, colors, etc. So thank God that my father identified that and took me to a doctor at the right time and the right intervention. And then they said, no, psychologically the child is not depressed, but definitely physiologically something is wrong with her. And I was then taken to various hospitals. Now, when I say various hospitals, he took me to PGI Chandigarh, he took me to Hinduja, Mumbai, he took me to Vellore, he brought me to Gangaram Hospital in Bikaner. I mean, wherever he thought he had an access, just being a middle-class army officer with limited resources and limited leave on his hand. But the journey of moving from one hospital to the other hospital was because diagnosis was not coming out. There was no clarity which was there that why she is losing power in her lower limbs. Because the facility of the diagnosis and the technology that time was barely an X-ray or a blood test. A blood test wasn't showing any alarming changes. An X-ray was not showing any deformities in the bone. And this is how then I was finally taken to Pune Kaman Hospital and treated for tuberculosis for a while. And then they said, no, it is not tuberculosis because my spinal fluid was not showing any infection after lumbar punctures. I was treated for meningitis for a while. Till a doctor, young doctor with young technology and a mind came up and said, no, let us try and inject a dye and do a myelogram X-ray on her. Because there was no three-dimensional assistive aids available those days. And that is how I remember very clear and vivid picture in my mind that the dye was injected, some lumbar punctures were done. I was tied to a bed and the bed was rotated 360 degrees, all angles, while the X-ray was taken. And that is how they discovered tumors in my spinal cord, followed by surgeries, rehabilitation, and I recovered. Only to have my first child, my daughter, meet with an accident with a head injury, get hemiplegia, and again get back to hospital. And this time, fortunately for us, we had MRIs, CT scans. In 20 years apart, I again was in hospitals, in and out of hospitals. And within 6 years of that accident and my daughter getting hemiplegia, my tumors came back. And this time it was easy to find out what diagnosis was, and that was that the tumors are back growing within my spinal cord. And it was a redo surgery, but again, thanks to the robotic surgery available and better sciences available, I had a 20-hour surgery which got into complications. I had cerebral fluid leakage. I was put on ventilator for 3 weeks till the time the body was strong to be operated all over again. There was a patching done on the spinal column. So what I'm saying here is that I'm somebody who has experienced hospitals in and out, whether in my life, whether you call it tests, MRIs, you call it rehabilitation, you call it assistive aid, and coming from a community which is a community of persons with disabilities, you know, you're always termed as a patient because you sit on a wheelchair. And one had to really work hard to erase that identity. But that doesn't take away the fact that if people like you were not present, if discussions like these were not present, if policies were not made in the right direction for research, I probably would have not been alive today. With the policies including 21 disabilities rather than 7 as compared to earlier, with the ongoing progress in the technology. And let me also share about the digital technology which has happened in my life. I joined the world of sports very late in life. I started playing at the age of 36 years as a swimmer, moving on to becoming an athlete at the age of 40, winning my Arjuna Award at 42, going on to win my second consecutive Asian medal at the age of 44, winning a Paralympic medal, becoming the first woman in the country at the age of 46 years, and again winning the third consecutive Asian medal with a new Asian record at the age of 48 years. This has been a continuous journey and wouldn't have been possible with continuous support from the doctors and the physiotherapists, because I have undergone changes in my body, in my physiology. I've undergone menopause while I was preparing for my games. So there has been an ongoing journey which has been very difficult. But and in one of the times when I had traveled abroad and I was taken in for my dope test, fortunately for me, I had my reports, my certificates, my results, my medications by registered doctors on the email, which probably is one of the versions of securing data digitally. And it came in handy, otherwise I probably would have been removed from the competition in want of my medical papers. So that is where we see that how important it is also to have the digital revolution within the medical sciences. And as an end user, it becomes very, very useful to us. We as an NGO, Wheeling Happiness, we partner a lot in healthcare, because healthcare is a lifestyle for people like us who live in disability. And I platform want to make an appeal to everybody involved here to try and make the medical technology affordable, because the wheelchair that I sit on, the prosthetics that we get for athletes to use or to play with, or any assistive aid, it should be affordable. So I make a plea to all of you to try and create policies, to try and create technologies which makes these gadgets affordable for every person, to give them an equal opportunity to rise above their disabilities and become an important part of nation building. Because unless it is affordable, unless it is reached to every nook and corner of every section of society, we probably will not be having a holistic approach to healthcare and wellness for all. And I think our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's basic uh, tagline, which he works, his motto is "Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas." So an inclusive approach is what I feel. I know the exchange of knowledge is important. For example, when I go for my mammography, it is very difficult to have my breast pressed in that machine. So maybe gadgets that are more inclusive in approach, they have more, they're designed in a way that a person, I remember now things have changed, but when in my chest below paralyzed body with spastic paraplegia, when I used to be placed on a hard wooden plank for an X-ray, my body would get into spasm because the hardness which would rub against the body and the joints or the heels when were rested on it, it would jump and the body wouldn't stay stable. So I think these are the things which I want to bring forth. And once again, I would like to say that yes, life has been tough in this body. Uh, I don't have sensation. I don't have bladder bowel. I have total break of spinal cord. I have kyphotic deformity. I have laminectomy on 7 vertebrae. I have consistent MRIs and at times precautionary radiations for tumors to not come back. Um, it is it has not been a very smooth journey, and even bringing up my daughter sitting on a wheelchair, a child who has hemiplegia, it's been a tough journey, but nothing would have been possible if a community like yours was not existing. So 3 cheers to all of you who are part of the healthcare system. And yes, when I was invited here, Sangamitra, my very dear friend, she called, she says, Deepa, will you come there? Will you speak a few words? We are in middle of filing our entries for the Asian Para Games, and as president of the Paralympic Committee of India, I'm very busy. But I said, this is one place that I will definitely come and greet everyone and express my gratitude, because I think being here today in this room will be my biggest insurance policy, because I will know a doctor in a hospital in every corner of the country. So I am ensuring my old age in very safe hands, because I am one person who will need doctors, who will need hospitals till my last breath. So thank you for this opportunity, and I hope I create friendships here, which is going to serve my life in a positive way in future. God bless you. Thank you. And cheers to all of you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepa Malik, Padma Shri Khel Ratna and Arjuna Awardee. Yes, life has been tough on you, especially on your body, as you have said. But the success which you have seen from your late 30s till now, it's remarkable. Can you have a big round of applause for her? Come on. She is a story of inspiration. Her story can inspire many. There will be challenges in life, but you have to have that zeal to overcome those challenges. Thank you so much, Dr. Deepa Malik, for being with us. So and a very important point you have raised, that can we all come together to ensure that medical technology, medical equipments are affordable, accessible. And I think at that point of time, the policy making bodies have to think about that. And I'm sure, because we are coming up with the event report of this event, which will circulate with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Niti Aayog, and all the state healthcare departments, I'm sure this point will be raised there and some actions can be taken on that suggestion. Thank you so much. May I request Dr. Sonia Trika, Director General Health Services, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Haryana, to share her points of view on what kind of innovation being done in the state of Haryana. Over. Yes, you can come in. And we also have a recorded video of Dr. Ratan Kelkar. He is the Chief Executive Officer of State Health Agency of Government of Kerala. So we can play this video after all the speakers present here speak their mind. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, APAC Network, for giving me this opportunity. So on behalf of Haryana government, I'm just going to briefly touch upon a few initiatives that Haryana has taken, which are state-specific, and some which, as part of Government of India's bigger, like scheme of things, Haryana is also doing. So the first state-specific initiative that I'm going to talk about is called e-Upchar, which is the hospital management information system. We did hear in the earlier session about the importance of digitalization, about the importance of having electronic health records, about having a better queue management system, about, like increasing efficiency, because healthcare sector is highly energy intensive. It requires lots of human resource, lots of money, lots of energy, and generally energy, not just electricity, but also energy everywhere. e-Upchar, very, very briefly, it touches each process that happens inside the hospital. So from the moment that a patient makes his or her entry into the hospital till the time this patient walks out of the hospital or gets discharged, every process is digitalized. So this initiative was launched way back in 2014, which made Haryana a very progressive state at that point in time, because ABM is still recent and many states are yet to take it up. So we started with all the government medical colleges, all the district hospitals, some of our CHCs and some of the PHCs. So we just wanted to have a snapshot of CHCs and PHCs, but we wanted to cover all the bigger hospitals. So when I say that it captures all the processes, so starting with the registration, where someone touched earlier in the earlier session, that it has to be very smooth, very efficient, so that people don't have to queue up much before the hospital opens and then go back without getting seen by the doctors. So made things, the queues simpler at the time of registration. And then we started measuring time, which we still do, that what is the waiting time outside each OPD. So queue management, for better queue management, a token system was introduced outside each of the specialties. Then to see whether doctors were available or not, there is an admin module. So the principal medical officer or the medical superintendent doesn't have to come out of his cabin to see which doctor is there and what time did the OPD start, because all of this he can see from his screen. So for the patient, after the patient is seen by the doctor and a provisional diagnosis according to the International Classification of Disease, we were using 10, the ICD-10 classification. After that is done, the patient would either go to the pharmacy to take medicines or would probably go to radiology to get an X-ray or to a lab to get some blood work done. So all of those processes are also captured. And the good thing is that all our lab equipment and the X-ray machines are integrated. So the doctor doesn't have to wait for the lab results to actually be handed over in a written format or a manual format. But if you press the patient's UHID, you would be able to see the X-ray through the PACT system or see the lab result. The critical values displayed, the doctor consulted, so like this. And another beauty of the system which we found, which actually saved a lot of our human resource and a lot of confusion which usually used to be there in the hospital, was the indenting and distribution. So in a ward, typically what happens is if a nurse needs, anything, like it could be linen, it could be gloves, it could be drugs. So she had to actually first write on a piece of paper and send a ward boy to 4 different locations. And this ward boy would come back probably after 4 hours without those things which she needed. But here now everything being, electronic and being kind of available on a touch of a screen, the store officer, the CSSD man, the linen distributor person can see on his screen which ward needs what, and nobody physically needs to go. So very briefly, just saying that what did it all lead to? It led to, as I mentioned, we are able to use the human resource better. So for example, in a lab, because no manual reports are being handed out, no dispatching needs to be done, the same lab technician can work on improving quality. So can now see QA, the external quality assurance and do better quality, QC, that we say quality control, or plot the LJ charts and work towards improving quality, which otherwise no one was finding time for. We have to remember that public health system is different from private health because we have lots of patient inflow. Similarly, the ward boy was now available to take care of the patients in the wards. We were also able to save a lot of money because we didn't need to print hard films, for example. So with a lot of change management, because initially, okay, let me also talk about the resistance and the obstacles that came along the way, because a doctor, as the Honorable Minister of Uttarakhand was mentioning, that there are like lots of patients. So outside every OPD, there could be 200 patients. And as he mentioned, that after 40, maybe it's not possible for a doctor to pay that much of attention. And now we were burdening this doctor with also putting something on the computer, type something. So there was a lot of resistance. We had to have more people. But when they started seeing the advantages at the back end, because now they didn't have to prepare a discharge slip. Someone mentioned that it takes a long time discharging a patient because everything was now available. You just had to kind of print out because the processes inside the ward were captured, all the lab results were there. So there were advantages. This was about EUCHAR. The other thing that I'm sure you've all heard about from different state partners is telemedicine. And actually before COVID, all of this started, but COVID gave it a big boost. Most of us, I'm sure most of you also might have consulted doctors using telemedicine those days because it wasn't possible either due to lockdown or due to the scare of acquiring COVID for us to go to a hospital. And I'm so happy to say that Haryana, even though we were a little late in kind of going full-fledged, but approximately 3 lakh patients have availed the service of telemedicine. And it is actually made easier and possible through having health and wellness centers because people are now able to access healthcare close to their households, close to their homes, in villages, in urban slums. And it's easier for the doctor who's an MBBS to get expert advice from a specialist and also for the patient to talk to a specialist sitting very far away and not travel long distances just to be able to get the same advice. So this was about some initiatives since, I don't have the luxury of time. Another thing that I wanted to briefly touch upon is use of AI. Just 2 brief examples that I want to quote, which Haryana has used. We tried through different pilots. So one was, in one district G of Haryana, we started using AI tools to detect tuberculosis. So this is basically complementing the usual chest X-rays. And another good thing which has happened over the years is, using technology everywhere. So in our mobile medical vans, for example, we have labs, and we also have handheld cameras, which, each district has a few. So when patients or, you have some hotspots and people are not coming forward, it's actually better for then the health service to go to those patients. And we do that. We send our mobile medical vans. Lab is there, but X-ray was not there on the mobile medical van. So now we started using the handheld cameras, which were integrated with an AI tool, so that we were able to detect, a possible case of tuberculosis, and then refer patients to a microscopy center or a place where better detection or a confirmatory test was available. Another AI example that comes to my mind is of diabetic retinopathy, and this had to be actually fully packed. So all pieces of the puzzle had to be put together. So we actually started with a course which Public Health Foundation of India had kind of proposed 6 years ago, or maybe more, when I was director of State Institute of Health and Family Welfare. So we did this course for our medical officers for them to be able to diagnose, detect, and treat diabetes in a much better manner. But we didn't have, this other thing that I'm going to briefly touch upon, which is basically to detect complications of diabetes, retinopathy being one of them. So taking images of patient's retina and then predicting if this patient is likely to develop retinopathy in near future, or if the patient already has retinopathy, was a big, I would say, big help for us to send these patients to PGI Chandigarh, with whom we had actually, with PGI Chandigarh Department of the Ophthalmology, we had partnered for these patients to now avail service of lasers so that they don't turn blind. So these are two things which Haryana experimented with. Of course, there's so much under the sun. You all know, I just heard one of my partners, Dr. Anil, who's sitting here in his new avatar, because he used to be a partner with us as part of the system integrator which ran eUpchar, and he mentioned that now taking picture of a woman's cervix is going to predict or maybe going to tell us about early onset of cervical cancer, or cervical cancer already there, so that the patient can avail service. So similarly, like so many things, using hip x-rays to detect if the patient is likely to have fractures in the near future, or in the near future, and kind of warn the patient to be more careful, is another example that comes to my mind. There's another thing that one civil surgeon from District Ambala was mentioning. We do have a lot of problem of absenteeism. Public health has its own challenges. Whatever biometric thing you may put, people may still not be there. So somebody was mentioning that now with one tool that they are kind of enforcing all doctors, an application, actually an app for the doctors to have or the other staff to have in one district. Now they're able to know for how long did the doctor or the A&M or the staff nurse work in the facility where she's posted. So there's so much scope, so many things. I think with this, I would just conclude my brief talk that I wanted to share with you. All the very best, and thank you again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So if I can beg leave, I have a meeting to attend.
Okay, sure.
It's
sure,
a ministry meeting for Asian Games.
Okay, sure.
So as a member of the All India Sports Council, my presence is must.
Okay.
So I just leave here. Please excuse me. Thank you for this opportunity. And so much talk about digitalization.
Before you leave, I'll then ensure that you get a small token of position from us.
I will. But
I request Sangamita to come on stage and hand over.
I just want to make an appeal
Dr.
to all of you.
Deepa Malik.
I know there is so much talk about artificial intelligence, digitalization, using mechanical support, but I make an appeal. There is nothing that can replace a doctor's smile. A pat on the shoulder of the patient gives the maximum reassurance. A hug from a nursing assistant or a nurse who comes in the morning to take your blood pressure while you are still on the ventilator, I think, is the most important thing, is human interaction in this profession. So do not give up on that. Use the machines, use the digitalization, use the AI to assist you to deliver a bigger smile to people like us. Thank you.
Okay. So I request Sangamita Mohanty to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to Dr. Deepa Malik, Padma Shri Khel Ratna Arjuna awardee. Thank you so much. And I have been told that Dr. Sonia Trika also has to leave. Dr. Sonia Trika also has to leave. So Sangamita ji, if you can hand over. Sangamita ji. Sangamitra, I request you can hand over this to Dr. Sonia also. She's also leaving. I request Sangamita Mohanty to hand over this to Dr. Sonia Trika. She has to leave. And then we carry on with the session. Huge round of applause for Dr. Sonia Trika, also Director General Health Services from the state of Haryana. With this, I request Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director and CEO, AIMS Bhopal, Okay, we're having a photo and then thank you so much. Now I request Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director and CEO of AIMS Bhopal, to share his thought on how we can enable healthcare with technology. Over to Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director and CEO, AIMS Bhopal.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। सबसे पहले तो एम्स भोपाल की तरफ से मैं सभी जो आज के कार्यक्रम के आयोजक हैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने एम्स भोपाल की जो छोटी सी पहल है उसको आपने रिकॉग्नाइज किया और एम्स भोपाल को सम्मानित आपने किया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एम्स भोपाल की तरफ से मैं आप सभी लोगों का अभिनंदन भी करना चाहता हूं। मैं एम्स भोपाल में लगभग 1 साल से मैंने काम किया और ये जो इनोवेटिव मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी पे जो हम लोग आज सुबह से बात सुन रहे हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़ी कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस है और उस कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस का मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि हम एम्स भोपाल में रहते हुए किस प्रकार से हमने छोटी चीज़ों पे हमने इस पे काम करना शुरू किया और एक स्टेज पे आज हमको लगता है कि हम शायद कुछ प्रोग्रेस कर पाए हैं। तो मैं पिछले 1 साल में जो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस रहा या हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस रही या जो हमने लिमिटेशंस को समझा वो हम आपसे शेयर करना चाहेंगे। एम्स भोपाल एक ऐसा टर्शरी सेंटर सेंट्रल इंडिया का है जहां पे न सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश के बल्कि आसपास के क्षेत्र से भी आपको पता होगा मध्य प्रदेश में लगभग 21% जो पॉपुलेशन है वो ट्राइबल है और ट्राइबल हेल्थ इज ए बिग इशू। ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन जो है वो कहीं पे कंसंट्रेटेड नहीं है, छोटे छोटे 15-20 फैमिलीज, छोटे छोटे विलेज हैं जो कि बहुत बड़े एरिया में इस प्रकार से फैले हुए हैं कि उनको अप्रोच करना अपने आप में एक प्रॉब्लम है। तो हम लोगों ने जब ये 1 साल में लगभग हमारे यहाँ पे जो फुटफॉल है पेशेंट्स का वो लगभग जो 1600-1700 पर डे हुआ करता था वो बढ़ के आज 5000 से बढ़ गया, मीन्स more than 3 times we have increased, we are able to increase the footfall in our OPD and emergency services। लेकिन जो हमारी क्यूज थे जो कई किलोमीटर, जो कि एक गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल का एक पहचान है कि जहां जाइए तो आपको कई घंटों लाइन में लगना पड़ेगा और कई सारी लाइनों में जाना पड़ेगा, उस कंसेप्ट को हम लोगों ने इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से चेंज किया। आज हम लोगों के यहाँ बहुत, मैं खुशी के साथ ये शेयर करना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोगों ने जो रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस है उसमें फिजिकल लगभग 30% रह गए हैं, हमारे पास 70% जो हैं वो या तो ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन के माध्यम से सीधे अपना प्रायर रजिस्ट्रेशन करा के आते हैं जिनको लाइन में लगने की जरूरत नहीं है, और या उसके अलावा हम लोगों ने अपना एक स्वास्थ्य ऐप भी बनाया है जिस ऐप के माध्यम से आप लोग जो पेशेंट्स हैं वो अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करा सकते हैं और डायरेक्टली वो उस ओपीडी या उस डॉक्टर के पास पहुंच सकते हैं जहां पे जो उसको दिखाना है। तो इस प्रकार से जो लगभग एक एवरेज हम लोगों ने एक स्टडी करके एक एवरेज निकाला कि लगभग 2 घंटे समय जो है वो हमारे मरीजों का, जो लोग 5 बजे 4 बजे से आके लाइन लगाते थे अब वो सीधे 8 बजे आते हैं और 9 बजे से ऑपरेशन हमारा ओपीडी शुरू हो जाती हैं। और इस प्रकार से हम लोगों ने ना सिर्फ पेशेंट्स के समय की बचत की बल्कि बहुत ज़्यादा जो उनको मुझे कहना चाहिए कि इकोनॉमिकल एक जो उन पे बर्डन था उसको भी हम लोगों ने कम किया, क्योंकि उनको 1 दिन पहले 2 दिन पहले आके यहाँ पे रहना पड़ता था। मेरे हिसाब से जो लाइनें हमने कम की वो सिर्फ रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए ही कम नहीं की है बल्कि हमने ऑनलाइन पेमेंट के लिए भी, या हम लोगों ने इस प्रकार से पेमेंट की जो लाइनें हैं वो ऑलमोस्ट 0 कर दी कि आप कहीं से भी हमारे QR कोड है उसको आप स्कैन करिए एंड यू कैन पे डायरेक्टली from through that QR code, and you need not to go in separate line for payment of your investigation, your blood test, and for admission and all. The same चीज हम लोगों ने एम्स भोपाल ने एक लाइव हमारी वेबसाइट के थ्रू हम लोगों ने अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ बेड्स को भी एम्स भोपाल ने अपनी वेबसाइट पे लिंक बना के लाइव जो कि अपडेट होता रहता है, तो किसी भी पेशेंट को यदि ट्रांसफर होना है या वो दिखाना आने चाहता है या किसी भी गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल से उसको रेफर होना है, तो आपको अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द बेड जो है वो आपको पहले से ही पता लग जाएगी और उसके लिए आपको अननेसेसरी दौड़ लगाने की जरूरत नहीं रहेगी। जहां तक हेल्थ केयर का सवाल है, मेरे हिसाब से जब तक हम टीचिंग, ट्रेनिंग और रिसर्च कोर्स का समावेश इस हेल्थ केयर में नहीं करते हैं, तब तक ये कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप में अधूरी रहती है। तो हम लोगों ने कुछ नई पहल भी की, जैसे हम लोगों ने 50 PSC को, जो कि ट्राइबल एरियाज में बहुत दूर दराज जगहों पे थी, उसको हम लोगों ने अपने एम्स के में ई कंसल्टेशन के माध्यम से, टेलीमेडिसिन के माध्यम से हमने उनको जोड़ा। उनके PSC के डॉक्टर्स जो हैं वो अपने पेशेंट्स के रिकॉर्ड्स हमसे शेयर करते हैं और हमारा कंसल्टेंट के लिए हमने एक टाइम बांध किया है कि उस टाइम में वो उनको जो एक्सपर्ट कंसल्टेशन देनी है, तो उसके लिए पेशेंट को अब काफी पेशेंट्स को अब एम्स में आने की आवश्यकता नहीं है और हम टेली कंसल्टेशन के माध्यम से सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट एंड स्पेशलिस्ट की कंसल्टेशन को भी ट्राइबल एरियाज में, विलेजेस में हम लोग पहुंचा रहे हैं। दूसरी चीज हम लोगों ने जो किया वो है EICU। बहुत सारे एरियाज ऐसे हैं जिसमें लोगों ने ICU छोटी संख्या में, छोटे सुविधाओं के साथ बनाए हुए, उनको जो छोटी सी जो प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं जिस समय वो सीरियस पेशेंट को ट्रीट करते हैं, और उन छोटी प्रॉब्लम को, क्योंकि उनके पास उसका आंसर नहीं होता, उनको भेजना पड़ता है एम्स भोपाल या किसी और बड़े टर्शरी सेंटर में। हम लोगों ने एक विदिशा मेडिकल कॉलेज है, उस पे हम लोगों ने एक पायलट स्टडी शुरू की और हम लोगों ने वहाँ के ICU को अपने ICU से इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली हमने उसको ज्वाइन कराया, और जो डेली हमारे यहाँ के जो एक्सपर्ट हैं वो उनके एक्सपर्ट से बात करते हैं और उनकी जो डे टू डे जो भी उनके क्वेरीज हैं, उन क्वेरीज को हम लोग सॉल्व करते हैं। और इस प्रकार से ICU की जो हमारी जो रेफरल जो संख्या थी, जो कि बिना हमारे से प्रायर अपॉइंटमेंट के हमारे पास पेशेंट आते थे, सीरियस पेशेंट, उनकी संख्या में हमने देखा कि कुछ कमी हमको मिल पाई। और हम लोगों ने अपने वेबसाइट पे बहुत सारे ऐसी वीडियोस को अपलोड किया जो कि जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, पैरामेडिक्स हैं, नर्सिंग स्टाफ हैं, उनको ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए हम लोग फिजिकली तो हम लोग हेल्प कर ही रहे हैं कि वो आए एम्स में और उनकी हम लोग ट्रेनिंग करें, लेकिन उसके साथ हम लोगों ने ई-लेसन्स को भी ऐसा अपलोड किया कि कोई दूर PSC पे बैठ के यदि उसको जरूरत है तो वो, यदि उसके पास नेट है तो वो उस हमारे लेक्चर को, डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन को देख के उस प्रोसीजर को कर सकता है और उससे पेशेंट की जो क्वालिटी, मैनेजमेंट की जो क्वालिटी है उस पे इम्प्रूवमेंट करना पड़ेगा। नेक्स्ट चेंज जो हम लोगों ने किया वो किया हम लोगों ने E-फॉलोअप। बहुत सारी छोटी समस्याओं के लिए पेशेंट्स ने आज दिखाने आया, एक हफ्ते के बाद उसको कोई छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम आ गई, 200 किलोमीटर दूर से है, तो कैसे वो फिर दोबारा से आना पड़ेगा उसको, या उसको हम लोग तो E-फॉलोअप में सीधे हमारे कंसल्टेंट और कंसर्न पेशेंट अपने आप में डायरेक्ट कम्युनिकेशन में रह सकता है। तो ये E-फॉलोअप का हम लोगों ने जो है वो कंसेप्ट शुरू किया है और बहुत सक्सेसफुल है। हमारी 3 टाइम्स मैंने बताया कि हमारी फुटफॉल बढ़ गया है, लेकिन इस फुटफॉल बढ़ने में ऐसे बहुत सारे पेशेंट हैं जिनको पहले आना पड़ता था लेकिन अब नहीं आना पड़ता, तो यदि हम उनको भी ऐड कर लें तो ये फुटफॉल कहीं ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा। नेक्स्ट चीज इज ई प्रिस्क्रिप्शन। इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हमारे यहाँ पे यदि आप करते हैं तो 4 से 6 घंटे उनके व्हाट्सएप पे तुरंत हम उन इन्वेस्टिगेशंस को और प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस को हम उनके पास उनके व्हाट्सएप पे रहते हैं, इसलिए कि उनको जब किसी को दिखाना हो तो उसके लिए उनको दोबारा आने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, वो अपने आप ऑटोमेटिकली हमारी सिस्टम के माध्यम से उन तक पहुंच जाता है, जिससे उनका अननेसेसरी हॉस्पिटल में आने वाली जो प्रक्रिया थी उसको हम लोगों ने शुरू किया। एक और गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में जब प्रॉब्लम आती है पेशेंट्स को, वो ये आती है कि पेशेंट महसूस करते हैं कि इतने बड़े हॉस्पिटल में आके वो कहीं खो जाते हैं। तो हम लोगों ने जैसे गूगल मैप के लेव के हिसाब से उसी तरीके से अपने हॉस्पिटल में हम लोग एक ऐसा ऐप तैयार कर रहे हैं कि जो कि जिसको नेट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, वो ऐप बेस्ड होगा और उसके थ्रू आपको जहां पहुंचना है वो गाइड करेगा आपको। तो ये कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं जो हम लोगों ने पिछले 1 साल में इस भोपाल में किया और जिसका हमको बहुत ही पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस मिला और हम सब लोग उसके लिए बहुत ही अपने आप को सेटिस्फाइड भी महसूस करते हैं कि हमने कुछ चेंज करने की कोशिश की। लेकिन इस सब चीजों के बीच में जो कुछ लिमिटेशंस जो हम लोगों ने महसूस किया, वो लिमिटेशन है कि हम लोग जो ई कंसल्टेशन हो, चाहे कोई भी इस प्रकार की हमारा डिजिटल कंसल्टेशन या मैनेजमेंट का हमारा मेथड है, वो जो एक चीज रह जाती है वो पेशेंट का सेटिस्फेक्शन। पेशेंट को तब तक सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं होता जब तक कि वो हॉस्पिटल में आमने सामने आके पेशेंट डॉक्टर से बात ना कर ले और डॉक्टर उसको टच कर ले, तब तक उसको ये लगता है कि ये कंसल्टेशन जो है वो कहीं अधूरी है। तो ये एक ऐसा चैलेंज है जो मुझे लगता है फ्यूचर के लिए हम सब लोगों को देखना पड़ेगा। दूसरा प्रॉब्लम जो हमें लिमिटेशन महसूस होती है वो है कि जो ई कंसल्टेशन हम लोग या ई प्रिस्क्रिप्शन हम लोग दे रहे हैं, उसकी मेडिको लीगल वैल्यू क्या है? क्या वो कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ में इन केस ऑफ एनी प्रॉब्लम, इन केस ऑफ एनी क्राइसिस, कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ में उसकी कोई सेंटिटी है या नहीं है? इस पे हम लोगों को काम करने की बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि कंसेप्ट तो बहुत अच्छा है लेकिन जब प्रैक्टिकल चीजें आती हैं तो उसमें पेशेंट ने क्या कहा, हमने क्या समझा, हमने क्या कहा और पेशेंट ने क्या समझा, ये जो चीज है बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है भविष्य में। तो मैं जितने भी यहाँ पे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, मैं उनसे अपील करूंगा कि इस पे हम लोगों को इंस्टीट्यूशंस हो, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट के हों, चाहे वो प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हो, चाहे वो कोई भी आईटी से संबंधित हो, उन सब लोगों को इस चीज पे ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है कि किस प्रकार से हम अपनी एफिशिएंसी को इंक्रीज कर पाएं। और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की सुबह से कई सारी बातें हुई, उस पे मुझे लगता है वो हमारा फ्यूचर है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में जो हम लोग कम्युनिटी बेस्ड यदि हम पहुंच सकते हैं तो प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन पे हम लोग काम कर सकते हैं, रोकथाम पे हम लोग काम कर सकते हैं, वैक्सीनेशन वगैरह के ऊपर हम लोग एआई से काम कर सकें। बहुत सारी चीजें हम लोगों ने जो हमको लगता है टाइम कंज्यूमिंग है, जैसे कि हिस्टोपैथोलॉजिकल एग्जामिनेशन, जैसे कि ऑटोप्सी रिपोर्ट्स, ये सारी चीजों को हम लोग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के माध्यम से यदि हम जोड़ें, जिसपे एम्स भोपाल ऑलरेडी काम कर रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में जो सही प्रोस्पेक्टिव है डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ मेडिकल केयर का, वो हम पेशेंट तक पहुंचा सकेंगे। क्योंकि अभी हम लोग आपस में ही डिस्कशन में कर रहे हैं कैसे ये कम्युनिटी लेवल पे पहुंचे, हर आदमी की जरूरत पूरी हो, और मेड इन इंडिया वाली जो चीज है उस पे भी ध्यान रखते हुए टेक्नोलॉजी को इस प्रकार से हम लोग डेवलप करें कि इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो हमारी सरकमस्टांसेस को ज्यादा पहचानती है, तो वो ज्यादा अच्छी होगी, उसकी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी ज्यादा अच्छी होगी। इन सब बातों के साथ एक बार फिर मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने हम लोगों को ये सम्मान दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Professor Jai Singh from AIMS Bhopal, and you have shed light on various aspects of how AIMS Bhopal is transforming healthcare delivery through technology innovation. Talked about emerging technologies, how through various technological interventions you have half the queues coming to the hospital. We all can see AIMS Delhi always overcrowded, but I think they have implemented that. But that's a huge relief for the patients who are coming, their family, and that's how technology can again make a change. Without taking much time, I request Dr. K. Madan Gopal, advisor, PHANH, SRC, Ministry of Health or Family Health, and former senior consultant with the Ayog, to share his viewpoint. A big round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, Shovik ji. Thank you, APAC, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. Having seen the journey of the digital health in the country, I'm very happy that at least I can share something which I was part. And I've been hearing the previous speakers about the innovations which they have been doing. So all the things are more or less converging and moving in the right direction. That's the only thing which I can say. But one of the important things which always strikes me, because having worked at Niti Aayog, now I'm walking the talk. I used to talk there, now I'm walking the talk. So I just usually feel that we are dealing with numbers. We are dealing with 1.4 billion population. Some of the speakers, they have mentioned about the access issues, how to increase the access. We have invested a lot into the infrastructure. We are having an infrastructure right up to a population of a section level that caters to a population of 3,000 to 5,000 population. We are having a health institution, which is now called as a Health and Wellness Center. We have developed around 1.7 lakh, we do have 1.7 lakh Health and Wellness Center, which provides 12 assured services to this Health and Wellness Center. That includes mental, dental, and the cancer screening, NCD screening, apart from the reproductive services, immunization services, and treatment of the minor elements or the common elements. That service is assured from these institutions. Above that is the primary health care center, which caters to population of 20,000, 30,000 population. So we have created and invested into infrastructure. That infrastructure is available to cater to the needs, to provide a continuum of care between these primary care services and the services for secondary and tertiary care. We have invested into AIMS-like institution. Now we are having around 26 AIMS institutions, which provides a little of secondary and more of tertiary care, apart from teaching and creating high quality medical graduates. In a PPP mode, you have seen that how the universal healthcare is addressed that through PMJ. We have heard the additional CEO of this National Health Authority, which is rolling out this PMJ. That means the private practitioners or the private partnership is there in this PMJ program is equal. That is 50% of the institutions are public and 50% are private institutions. Having said this, that is having a health infrastructure, how to have a connecting link between this infrastructure. That is a digital means. We have created a digital mission also. When this PMJ program was rolled out, we were in a dilemma that what to do with, because in health, you may name a problem, you have a solution, you have an app, you have a program, you have a portal. But what to do with all this data which has been generated? The critical mass which Vasant Gash was mentioning, where is that critical mass? All the data portals are there, you name it, and they are there, they don't talk to each other. So how to make them talking to each other? That's why this ABHA ID and embedment of this ABHA ID into the digital records, that becomes important. One task is to create ABHA ID, then the second task to take it further is embedment of this ABHA ID into the digital records and making electronic health records, which can be further used for creating or running machine learning tools and other things. For creating that, the challenge lies in how to embed that thing. Though we have created around 40 crore plus ABHA accounts, embedment is very slow. how to create a record out of that so that we can at least have that information available and we can run some machine tools and other things to have some intelligence derived out of that. There's a challenge and we are moving in that direction. The other aspect is during the COVID times, we have very much seen that when the system was overwhelmed for 2-3 weeks during the second wave, it was the telemedicine practice guidelines which were released after the first wave, which has come handy to, and it has at least saved us with lot of agony and other things, other catastrophe. You can't imagine that had it not been a legal sanctity given to the telemedicine practice, then you could have imagined what kind of situation we would have landed in. We were having in the National Health Mission, we were already having this tele consultation in the form of 104 services, whereas any beneficiary can dial 104 service and then get some consultation from the health system. Presently what has happened, we have heard about the Uttarakhand, we have heard about Haryana Pradesh. But you see that in a very structured way, this telemedicine is being rolled out. That is known as the e-Sanjeevani program. It is rolled in the form of hub and spoke. We have around 18,000 hubs where the specialists, including the Ayush specialists, they usually sit there. And around 120,000 spokes are there. The Health and Wellness Center, which I have mentioned, that's the peripheral most health institution which is available. There also a community health officer is there, a mid-level service provider we call. He can connect to the hub and get the specialist services there. Because at that level, now we are providing 12 services. The person is screened. The person is provided free of cost medicines for hypertension and diabetes. In case of referral is required, a referral is there. But a consultation from the specialist is also being made available. The same kind of model is there in the urban areas also. I will not delve more into that. But before that, I will just like to have some challenges because it's being the last speaker, to giving examples would be just a repetition of what has already been told. I would be just citing some of the examples, some of the challenges which needs to be addressed. One of the challenges, interoperability and standardization of the data, because we have been all talking about data, but we have to see that whatever data, because in fact, even if I have data embedded with the ABA account, whether that data would be interoperable, that kind of standards we have to set. The challenge which we are having, the data structure which are there in the different portals, whether they would be compatible with the information which is available, and if we, even with the common identifier, are we able to use that data or not? That's a challenge which we have to address. We have to create an adequate infrastructure as mentioned. That means we have to see that how the feature phones and aspect, that the people who are not digitally literate. My colleague from Niti Aayog, my ex-colleague from Niti Aayog, she mentioned that the senior care would be a challenge. If a census happened, it would be around 13%. With a digital divide, you see how the behavior pattern of the senior citizens are there. Are they digitally empowered or not? We have to see that we have to create an adequate infrastructure and bandwidth along with security measures to address this population. That population is going to be vulnerable, and we have to see that. And increasingly, home care and other care would be sought by these people, how to create an infrastructure and bandwidth for them. Internet penetration is there, but whether people are using it, whether they are having a wherewithal, or the things which have been mentioned, whether they can have an affordable smartphone which can be used by them. Then the other thing with growing frauds and other things, there is a growing concern about the trust among the consumers. The moment you talk about any digital solution, the first question is, it will ask all the information from my mobile phone. It wants access to all the contacts. It wants access to all my messages, whether it is coming from bank or not. It will read all the messages. The moment it syncs, we don't know what happens to that information or the update. So that kind of mistrust has also been conducted. We have to see that how that awareness mechanisms and other things are being generated so that this mistrust is also addressed. And lastly is how we align and coordinate with the different people. The UPI and other things, it has become, the fintech has become it's a big movement. Can we make a health tech also as a movement? That's a question which we have to ask. MedTech is not only the patient, it's all the ecosystem of the patients. And we have to see that how we align all the ecosystem so that a coordinated effort is there. So a lot of work is to be done, and we see that how in the coming years, all the ecosystem is in place. We have to see that with our efforts and other things, how we take it to the next level. We have been talking about electronic health records. We had a vision of electronic health record way back in 2010-11 when we envisaged after the enactment of this Clinical Establishment Act that we should be having 1.3 billion electronic health records. Still now, that's a dream, because unless and until the electronic health records are in place, whatever advanced learning or advanced intelligent software which you want to propose or build, you require data. And data, that too a critical mass of data. And that will only happen when we have electronic health records. So we see that how the ABA account creation are embedded into the records and the electronic health records. That's a journey we have to travel together and see that how we move in that direction. I will stop here. Thank you once again for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Gopal, K. Madan Gopal, former senior consultant Niti Aayog and PHANH SRC, Minister of Health and Family Welfare. Always a pleasure listening to you because you always talk about the challenges. And our motto of organizing this conference has been that we not only talk about opportunities, but also we can talk about the challenges so that those challenges can be addressed and some fruitful work can be done in the real world. Yes, you talked about data standardization, connectivity, network, security, cyber security, how we can plug holes all together and make that comprehensive healthcare ecosystem. That is very important. Thank you so much. With this, I'd like to invite Mr. Rajneesh Dey, Consulting Editor of APAC News Network, to come on stage and kindly hand over a small token of appreciation from our end to our honorable speakers, to Professor Ajay Singh and Dr. K. Madan Gopal. Can we have this moment on stage, please? To Professor Ajay Singh, Executive Director and CEO, AIMS Bhopal. A big round of applause for him, please. To Dr. K. Madan Gopal. A huge round of applause for him as well. And we can have a group photo together, three of you together, please. Thank you so much, all of you. With this, I hand over the session to Mr. Rajneesh Dey, Consulting Editor of APAC News Network.
Thank you, sir. So continuing with the today's deliberations, we talked about one important stakeholder in the overall healthcare ecosystem are the industry solution providers, and we have now a couple of presentations from industry solution providers. Just one request to all the speakers that we are running behind schedule, and to make up time, I will just request each of you to stick to the allocated time. So my pleasure now to call on stage Praveena Gundiya, Commercial Director of Iron Mountain India. She was in the inauguration, and now we would like to hear more about what Iron Mountain is doing in India, especially vis-a-vis healthcare. Over to you, Praveena.
Thank you, everyone. Nice to come back again. Though I see a lot of people are getting hungry and must be waiting for the lunch to start. I'll quickly run through my presentation. You must have heard me in the earlier session where I spoke about very briefly on what we do. What I plan to do just now is take you through a little bit more detail about how we are working on the healthcare sector and what is it that we are doing with hospitals and with other companies in this sector. So before I start off with, I have a short video, and that video really encompasses everything about Iron Mountain, and I hope it'll cheer you up and bring you up, wake you up a little bit to brighten things up. So I have the video here. So if somebody can play that, please.
Deep in an iron mine in upstate New York, Iron Mountain was founded with a single goal: finding an innovative way to protect vital information and providing our customers with peace of mind by proving we understand what they value most. Security is still the cornerstone of our business, but today it's about a lot more than securing information. It's about transforming physical and digital content, unlocking meaningful business value and deeper insight for our customers, faster and more effectively. By discovering what matters most and leveraging the full potential in an overwhelming flood of data. And introducing creative, cutting-edge technologies like AI and machine learning that turn today's data challenges into tomorrow's business advantages. We're also securing a better future for our planet, significantly lowering greenhouse gas emissions through facility efficiency standards, and an unwavering commitment to green energy use across our organization, and helping customers achieve their own emissions goals, certifying that their information is securely stored in data centers powered by 100% renewable energy, ensuring the disposal of their retired IT assets is handling in a manner that minimizes waste and reduces their carbon footprint. Safeguarding assets, uncovering insights, transforming business, and helping to shape a better world. Iron Mountain.
Thank you very much for that. We are pretty much the data and information partner to the world. So we heard a lot of speakers previously. We had people from the National Health Authority. We had the union. We had the minister from Uttarakhand. We also had the lady from Haryana government. We had so many people talking about what all is happening in the healthcare market, especially in India today. And there's really so much that we need to be proud about. So if we all think about it, we are number one in the vaccine production globally today. And it was during COVID that really the world sat up and took notice of what's happening in India. The number of people that we have the largest number of people, but in spite of all that, COVID was handled so beautifully in India. We also started supplying vaccine to the world, and that was something that all of us really need to be proud about. Again, in terms of generic medication, we are again number one. I'm sure all of you know about these statistics, but I'm just bringing it up once again to say that there's so much that's happening in this world and in India today. And it's not just the government, it's not just the private sector. Everybody together is working to make this happen. We had the gentleman from Sweden also interested. We had health tourism is a 6 billion market in India today. What that really says, it's not just look behind the revenues. Our doctors are so good that there are people coming in from all the different countries to get treated over here. So that's something that we are again proud of. 80 billion biotech market. So the gentleman from Sweden was talking about how he's interested in R&D. And our scientists here are less than none. We are having so many people in science. They are filing patents, and all that is fueling innovation today. So India really has what it takes to be a global superpower in the world. Healthcare today is not just another sector. All of us are here because it is a large revenue driver for us companies. Also, in terms of employment, it is one of the largest employer today in India today. It's a big sector. Government too is doing so much in this sector. We heard about Dr. Garg over here, who was previously there in the panel with me, and he was speaking about Ayushman Bharat. That's a game changer. We heard about the ABHA number, we heard about the claim, how claims will be processed. We heard about how digital first is the thought, and they want to change the entire landscape of the healthcare sector. It's mind-blowing about what things is happening over here. Telemedicine, a lot of people have touched upon these. And what you see over here are statistics. These are not my numbers. These are numbers that I have got from the Invest India portal, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with it. But all this is really saying the fueling the engine of healthcare is happening. Telemedicine, 100 million consultations. So if you just think about the numbers, and that's why companies like Iron Mountain are so interested. The numbers are just something that is beyond compare. 45% increase in total investment in healthcare. 150 Ayushman Bharat health and wellness centers. So just think about how much is happening. Now, like all of us also know, along with health, along with all the growth that happens, there are some challenges that come with it. Some of the challenges, you must have seen all these challenges in newspapers at different times. Compliance is not just a word now, it goes beyond regulatory issues. We know about big data analytics challenges. Now all the big IT companies are getting into data analytics, and we know the challenges that are there. We also know rogue nations are now getting into cyber attacks and how they are looking at data to get ransomware attacks on these. We know about pharma and security. There were so many such incidents that happened during security. Some of them happened in India as well. We know about all this. So data and data security is now becoming more and more important, especially when we have patient data, especially when we have financial data that goes along with all the patient data. When people are clearing all their bills, there is financial transactions that are happening. So it is more important to be aware of all the problems that are there. Clinical trials, data management trials and clinical. So when you're doing all these trials, how do you draw analytics from all this data? It's not just enough to meet the patients to get all the form fill. You need to get analytics out of all that. So how is it possible to do that? Mergers and acquisitions, it's something that's happening in India too. Mergers and acquisition brings with its own challenges. You need to have a similar way of record management. If it is happening across different geographics, then there has to be, need to know the regulations around all these different countries, and you need to know how data security also is important in these cases. So with all this happening around the world, threat of ransomware and cyber attack. So like we spoke about, companies now need to understand about how they are managing the data. It's not just enough to just take your records and put it somewhere. And we've seen, and this happens not just in India, anywhere in the world, they are just stored in gunny bags, they are stored in small godowns, they are stored all over the places. So this is not a right way of doing with all these kind of attacks. ESG goals, we had the Schneider lady over here speak about ESG goals. More and more companies have their own ESG policy. So what are we doing about these ESG policy? So it is companies who are partnering with the other vendors who have a similar vision, who have a similar investment in ESG. That's when it makes sense to take the ESG across to the whole world. Punishment for data breaches, it's no longer that happens to somebody else. All of us know of some companies who have had data breaches, who have had punishments, and we need to be more careful about that. Again, on the R&D front, you have you have people working on so many different assets. We all have our own phones, we all have our own laptops, but does anybody realize the amount of data that's sitting on those laptops? Does anybody realize that if this laptop has to be recycled, then what happens? Anybody can open the laptop and get the data out of it. So if you are in a place where you need to recycle or upcycle the laptop, you have to be careful about the data that needs to be wiped out and ensure that the laptop doesn't go into a landfill. It has to be recycled in a sustainable way. That's something that we do as well. And need to adhere to complex regulations across the globe. So you need to know, you work with a partner who knows policies all across the world. And that's when you can have somebody who you can rely on. That is where we come in. Iron Mountain, like I just spoke, is the largest company in the world in record storage and management in the information management space. It's a $5 billion company based out of US. We have over 230,000 customers worldwide, more than 65 countries we operate in, and we know policies across all these 65 countries, which is why we said that we could help you in anywhere that you want to go in any of these countries. We work with customers. What's more, we bring across best practices from all these different countries to a particular sector. So if there is a certain way that banking is doing business or healthcare is doing business in US, in UK or any other place, we can bring it to any other country, and vice versa too. What has recently started happening is that our CEO, for example, makes trips over here 6 times a year. He comes to India and he learns from Indian companies about how we are changing the world in a digital space. All the innovation that you saw over here happening doesn't happen anywhere else. It is India first digital that is driving business, and we are taking innovation from here, making products specially from India and taking it across to the world. 95% of the Fortune 1000 customers are our customer, and we have more than 94 million square feet of records stored everywhere. Now, if you get sense of the amount of records that is stored, 94 million, that's the amount of paper that we store. So we started off as a paper record company, and we have moved to now transform the records and the business from a more physical part of the business to a digital way. Just like all companies over here are transitioning from a more physical to a digital, we work with all these companies and transform the paper into a digital way and make it into a more readable format and draw analytics from the digital data. That's the mainline business we do. We say we protect your data. We are known for protecting your data. We can help you unlock the value of the data, and we can then transform your business into a completely digital way of working. This is what Iron Mountain does for a living. This is what Iron Mountain has been doing for 70 years. I myself have been I'm one of the few dinosaurs, I can say, who has been in this company for 20 years, and we have been doing this for 20 years. So we know everything about storing data, we know everything about transforming data, and that's our core business. We can help you. If there's any requirement on this front, we can help you with this. This is India. So, it's not just the US that we are known for. In India, is that my time up? Okay. Do I have 5 minutes more? Sorry, if there are any, if I hear somebody, a gentleman saying yes, so I'll just do a quick run. India, we have 80 facilities, and the amount of paper, it's 27 crore pieces of paper that we store, and that many pieces of paper that we manage. So we know everything about data. That's the brief message that I want to leave. Anywhere in India, even places like Guwahati, Bhubaneswar, wherever anybody has a hospital, you want to manage data, we can do it for you. So we start, the base of the pyramid is storage. We start by storing. We have co-location data centers, and right from paper records to transforming to co-location data centers. We can manage end to end. But the beauty of it is not just the storage part. We have tools that help you digitize. We have tools that with the AI and ML software help you transform and pick up key analytics from there. That's the key feature that we have. Okay, so it is right from identify the records. So what's the whole digital journey about? Identify the records, digitize the records, store it in a way that is easily accessible. So you can pull out the Aadhaar number, the account number, whatever number you want, automate. And more importantly, so if there is a hospital that wants to pick up key fields, like say Praveena, what is her BP, what is her sugar, and what was her age, and what happened to her. You want to pick up this key field and just read those key fields instead of reading 300 pages of the case history. We can do that for you. So this is through IDP, through intelligent data processing. We can pick up terms for you, give it in a form that is readable to your nurses, to your junior doctors, to your doctor, so they don't waste time in flicking pages. This is the main business that we are into. Okay. I have a few case studies. One of the biggest one that we worked with was on the NHS. NHS, as you know, is the UK healthcare system. They had over 2,000 hospitals. They had a huge lot of paper. And when we think about it, there were papers stored in even their bathrooms and toilets. It had come to a stage where there was no place to walk. All the steps were filled with paper. It was becoming a fire hydrant. People had no clue about what was sitting in the paper, what was the patient's record all about. It was a complete mess. That's when we came in. We sorted all the paper, digitized it, and now they have access to everything just at the tips of their fingers. This is one case study, and it tells you about the scale of processing. This is about a hospital in the US. Now, the hospital had a unique challenge. The hospital had a policy that it would take a certain type of patients. And like you know, that there was a competition to get the business of the patients as much as possible. So the nurses would spend over 5 hours in reading all the paper and deciding whether the patient was worth taking to the hospital. It was a hospice kind of care. It was an old people kind of a care where the terminally ill patients would get admitted. So the nurses would spend 4 or 5 hours to decide whether they could take the patients, whether they could manage the health of the patient while they got admitted over there. So this hospital came to us because they were losing business. It was taking them 5 hours to sort through the whole data. What we did then was ran this through our tool. Our tool is called Insight. We ran it through our tool. It classified the data based on the certain parameters that I'm talking about. So like the patient name, his history, his age, his brief illness. It gave all the data in a tabular Excel sheet format. So what was then taking 5 hours for the patient to go through, she then started making her decisions based on the data in just about half an hour. You can imagine the time that was saved. This hospital then saw a spurt in business because they started getting patients much faster than they were doing. This is what we call intelligent data processing. Okay. So it is about unstructured data, delayed decision, operational inefficiencies, and about the resources used. All this is then analyzed into ingest, automate, unlock, and store. This is the complete way that it works. So that's all I have today. So it's not just about storage. It's not just about information. It is about how you manage the information. Elevate the power of your work, and that's Iron Mountain. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveena. To continue on the same vein with the industry discussions, but before that, one hygiene announcement. We have a lucky draw, and in fact, multiple lucky draws throughout the day, and there are surprising, attractive gifts Only one condition, whoever wins in the lucky draw needs to be present in the hall. So one request, please attend all the sessions carefully. You never know what attractive gift might be awaiting you. Our next presenter is Dr. Anil Muniappa. He's a head healthcare transformation Cloud 4C. But before his presentation, we would run a video, and Cloud 4C, all of you would be aware, is one of the solution providers, and it's one of the largest data center providers in the country and in the whole region. And on the healthcare front, they have an interesting concept of healthcare in a box solution. So I'm sure Dr. Anil would throw some light on that. But before that, let's have the video, and then we will have Dr. Anil's session. Thank you.
अरे शर्मा जी, बिलिंग मैनेजर क्यों फोन कर रहा है मुझे बार बार? क्या किया आपने?
मैम आज HIS डाउन हो गया है, इधर हॉस्पिटल पूरा बवाल मचा हुआ है।
HIS वालों को फोन करिए ना आप।
मैम एप्लीकेशन HIS एप्लीकेशन ठीक है, इंफ्रा में गड़बड़ है।
तो पूरा फिनांस, अटेंडेंस, वेबसाइट, चैटबॉट, पेरोल सब डाउन है क्या?
मैम सब अलग अलग सर्वर में है, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। आप 2 घंटे दो, मैं आपको वापस फोन करता हूँ।
अरे यार समझा करो, CEO सर भी फोन कर रहे हैं बार बार, मेरी नौकरी खाएंगे क्या?
मैम एक और प्रॉब्लम है, पेशेंट पोर्टल हैक हो गया है लग रहा है।
सत्यानाश, आप फोन रखो, मैं आ रही हूँ।
How many of us here actually resonate with what you actually heard, right? If you're actually from the hospital background and running in IT, right? Most of you would actually correlate to what we are trying to talk here, right? I have 2 different set of slides with me. It depends on how you interact with me. If you are more interactive with me, I would keep it very, very crisp, and finish it in 6-slider. Or I have another deck which will take on for next 20 minutes, and I'll be the one who will be between your lunch and me, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot for all your time. Thanks a lot, Gopi. Thanks a lot, APAC News Network, for giving us an opportunity to present what we feel is the right thing to do in healthcare, right? Myself, I'm Dr. Anil. I'm a trained clinician by education and into healthcare IT from past 20 years. I worked in multiple companies and developed HIS, hospital information system, telemedicine, and multiple systems across in multiple countries. And currently I serve as Vice President handling the healthcare vertical in Cloud 4C. I have only 4 slides here, right? Are you all with me? No, I still don't hear it. Move it on to 20-slider one, right? So I'll just present slides which should make you understand what we are, right? Who we are, why are we trying to do this, and what we do, and what next, right? So this first slide is on who we are. Cloud 4C is a multi-cloud application-focused, application-focused managed service partner for mission-critical applications. We have more than 4,000 plus enterprise customers. We are the largest SAP premium supplier. We have 400 plus SAP RISE and SAP HEC customers across. We have a very good CSAT survey of 4.4 out of 5, right? We not only do this, but we also do an implementation of SAP ERP implementation as well. We have vertical specific offerings being specific to industries that we serve, like your banking sector, like your healthcare, multiple verticals that we target. We have a global footprint of 26 countries. We are there in 26 countries, and we work out of 52 different locations across. We are headquartered in Singapore, but the nurse center is definitely in Hyderabad, India. We have more than 2,000 plus employees. What we have actually specialized in is providing a single SLA on the application layer front. We have achieved more than 99.99% application uptime, right? Looking at all of our achievements, rightly so, Gartner actually recognized us as a visionary, and we work with multiple clouds. The reason why we are able to work with multiple clouds is because 2,000 of our team members, they have multiple processes that they need to follow. or most of them are actually certified in Azure, Google Cloud, AWS, Oracle, SAP, and the likes of it, right? And this special engagement that we are having on healthcare is with AWS, right? I'll take you through the next slide. Why we do? I mean, what are we trying to do this, right? You will also be able to appreciate. These are the healthcare IT challenges, right? Whether you like it or not, these are the common healthcare IT challenges that we face. IT is usually not viewed as a core competency by the hospitals, right? And you have multiple systems which are running. You have a different system for PACS, you have a different system for HS, a different system for payroll and whatnot, right? And all of them come with high upfront costs. Since you have multiple systems, you will have definitely multiple vendors. And you're into more trouble if you are actually keeping all of these applications in-house on-premise, right? Because you have to handle multiple servers as well. And most of these applications that you have are actually not integrated to its fullest capabilities. Am I with you all still? Or let's go to lunch. So it's not integrated to its fullest capabilities as such. In case you want to bring in an innovation within your hospital, like you want to change your registration process or the way you would like to do while you were in COVID era, right? In case you want to bring in an innovation, it takes a lot of investment since you have multiple vendors to innovate and come out with something new. And then each of them have taken a longer implementation cycle for you to implement. That's one of the main reasons why you don't want to move away from that and go to another system, right? And I have this term known as cyberochondria. Nowadays, patients, right? They know about the disease, right? They Google, they find out, they know about the disease, they know about the treatment, and they come to you to actually tell you, okay, give me treatment A, B, and C. These patients are known as cyberochondriac. It becomes imperative for the hospitals to actually, right, to actually give them a digital health journey as such. I mean, they want online appointments, they want to see all their lab reports, right, on WhatsApp. All of this is become imperative for the hospitals to bring in. Interoperability is not addressed. Like, I have NHA counter there. It needs to be integrated with ABA. How are you going to integrate it? Unless and until you have systems which are actually ready to talk to, right? These are the usual healthcare IT challenges that we face. Do we all agree on this? Or are there more? Agree? So what we did was, we took the best of the breed products in the market, put it over a cloud, integrated it, tested it, and brought it to the market, right? These are the multiple applications. Gone are the days when people used to think that, oh, yeah, I have a HMIS or a HS, it runs. No. You need to have multiple other applications which are catering to the need of the patients in providing quality care, right? So HMS is a core part of it. I'm sure all of you know about HMS. It has multiple modules, revenue, clinical, admin modules, 27. And then we also have a patient portal, which is very, very independent of any HIS that you run, right? So this can have the, your patient can actually log in, get to know the entire information about his lab reports, appointments, EMR, all of that, patient portal. Again, all the products that we have brought in are actually integrated or certified by ABDM. And we've done the sandbox testing from the cloud to the sandbox, and we are there to the personal health record of ABA, right? Then we have also brought in a drip monitoring application. Drip monitoring application, this is one of the connected care themes that I want to touch upon. The patient is actually in the ward and the patient is all alone. Sorry. I'll finish and come back. Audio is not coming in. After this? Sure. And then we have brought in a drip monitoring application, right? Wherein, in case if there is an occlusion, which is happening and the drip is not flowing through, how do you communicate this to the staff there, right? That's a huge problem that we usually face. So we have a specific app to solve specific problems within the healthcare environment, and one of them is drip monitoring. The other thing that we have also brought is a very intuitive chatbot. Chatbot, when it can be on your WhatsApp or it can be on a website, right? So that again integrates with your existing system as such. Why do we stress upon integration? Is that because we have provided an integration service as a, integration layer as a service, which is again based on HL7 and FHIR, right? So any existing applications that you have, you can pick and choose any of these applications and then it starts working, right? So we take the responsibility of doing that. We also have brought in a clinical governance. What do I mean by clinical governance? You've all heard about NABH, right? NABH has multiple quality standards that you need to be adhered to. And if you leave it upon the quality department to do it, it's a tough task, right? So what we did was we split the entire NABH into multiple chapters, brought down to tasks, so that all the quality staff actually know what they need to do on a daily basis and prepare and keep all your documentations ready when your NABH comes into your hospital. Okay, that's another one. Then we have healthcare analytics. Analytics, we have our own COE, Center of Excellence, where independent of your existing systems, we get in your hospital, understand your requirements of analytics, come out with your analytic solutions. Because 20 years, trust me, no two hospitals agree on what you really want to see on a dashboard, right? So that's what we do. We have also brought in an RIS and APACs. I'm sure you all know about it. But what we have done here is that on an existing HIS or existing PACs, we have brought in an AI for diagnostics, where it automatically detects certain diseases while you're actually processing those images. Then, myself, I don't know, I might have trained more than 1,000 doctors. Out of your hospitals, say 100 doctors, 60 of them might actually start using the system, right? Not more than 60 of them, right? Another 40 would definitely not like to come out of their pen paper concept, right? I'm sure you might all have faced this challenge, right? Now, would it be fair or would it be actually digital journey in case if we exclude them? No. So what we brought in is another innovation with our partners, wherein we have brought in simple pen and a paper, right? You write the prescription as you write, but biggest advantage is that the digital data that is there, like your orders, are automatically transmitted back to your HIS. It goes to your billing, it goes to your lab, it goes to your radiology. So this is another solution that we have brought in. Telemedicine, yes, everyone spoke about telemedicine during COVID, but I'll tell you a trick, what happened to private hospitals, right? They started losing their own patients. The patient who used to consult, say, Anil Hospital started talking to consultant from say, Sunil Hospitals, just to give an example, right? So now hospitals started to think, I'm losing money here. So what they wanted was to have a telemedicine application with their own doctors for their own patients, integrated with EMR and integrating with billing systems, right? So that's what we brought in as telemedicine. And of course, teleradiology. And we have also brought in an eICU, right? During COVID times, right? Intensivists and anesthetists, right? It is very difficult for them to go to and meet up in your ICUs, right? So what we did was, we integrated the monitoring devices, your ventilators, and have a central dashboard for them to see and automate your entire ICU. Okay? And how do we do this? We put all of them over cloud, and there are certain government standards that we need to adhere to whenever you're putting any data on cloud, right? So it has to be MATI empaneled, right? And these are the different ISO standards. It has to be A, B, C. People sometimes also tell, I want HIPAA, right? Yes, we are HIPAA compliant. In fact, we did another project in Canada, which is PIDA, which is HIPAA plus, right? So we take into consideration all these standards and bring in. For the healthcare, we consider these as non-core apps, right? Finance, CRM, employee performance management, enterprise performance management, specific to healthcare, right? And we have our own team, as I mentioned, on SAP. We come down, we understand your requirements, deploy SAP, train you, and move on. So this is what we do, known as HIB. Other than this, we also have a remote monitoring services. Under that, remote drip monitoring is one of them. We also have a remote diabetes monitoring. Why should a chronic diabetic patient come and meet up with doctor, say, sorry, I'll move on. So these are the different services that we offer.
We started our
just
digital
let you
journey.
hear about this.
That is to say that, what was once a closed systems of record, we were beginning to open up that, for patient access, patient experience, and so on. Growth was an important agenda, and in our case, healthcare facilities, we were, beginning to expand geographically, take on more and more O&M, operations and management responsibilities, which means we needed a trustworthy, a scalable, robust platform on which these new businesses can be onboarded. The ongoing and continuous consistent patient care, right, with good systems being put in front of the physicians and clinical caregivers, we wanted to ensure that the EMR helped them in their caregiving activities. Now, additionally, we knew that we were sitting on huge amounts of very valuable data for a number of years. Now, we had not necessarily leveraged it, right? And cloud really helped us unlock the value of data. Now, Cloud4C clearly was a very, very significant and a critical partner in this journey. We continue to work with them as our cloud managed services provider. They were already present in the region. They had good experience in dealing with cloud transformation as well as ongoing management projects in the region for customers in the UAE. So that was a big plus, and they have very good processes, people, training, that goes along with the managed services provider. They helped us design the zone on the cloud, for the migration of this EMR system.
Thank you. That's the success story of Bujil Holdings. They actually.
Hare Sharma ji.
Sorry, Sharma ji, वापस आ गए, right? So they actually run more than 16 hospitals in Middle East. They have most of them are JCI accredited and 1,600 beds. So that's one of the success stories that I wanted you to listen to. And you have any more queries, you want to work with us, you want to talk to us, we're all there. Cloud4C, we have a wonderful booth there. Please come meet us. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, Dr. Anil. May I request you to just come on stage for a minute? And may I request Shobhik to just hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. Anil. Can we have the... Thank you. For our next presentation, it's called Evolving Healthcare Beyond Tomorrow. And we have this presentation is from Schneider Electric. We heard them during the inaugural session talking about the sustainability issues and how energy is an important or critical component in the overall OPEX of healthcare system. So we will hear now from Nikhil Kumar. He heads the healthcare segment and Schneider's Greater India operations. Can we have Nikhil on stage?
Thank you, APAC Network, for giving us this opportunity to present our case on healthcare beyond tomorrow. So it's a tough ask because I'm standing in between the lunch and you are hearing me for this. But it's an interesting topic. I'll make it more interesting. In few slides, we'll cover the maximum. So hello to all distinguished guests. I'm Nikhil Kumar, so I'm heading the healthcare segment, Schneider Electric. And in few minutes, we'll try to touch upon few very important aspects of futuristic healthcare, which will be people-centric, hyper efficient, resilient, and sustainable. So these are the buzzwords we have heard since morning. So we'll catch few of them during the presentation. So Schneider Electric as a whole is a very simple company. We are technology providers and ensures that customer achieves their energy goals. So it is a tough ask, but we make it very simple. So life is on when it is energized, efficient, and connected for Schneider. So this is an energy landscape which came across capturing all the data. So energy consumption will grow by 50% in few years due to mega trends, but efficiency has to improve 3 times. So it's a massive ask for us because buildings are the maximum energy guzzlers, which we foresee. So today we'll discuss in this context of hospitals that how Schneider can make life more safe, reliable, efficient, and in a controlled environment. We give every data analytics to the customer and make it more viable for them. So I'll not go deeply into these data. So I'll quickly jump to the next slide, which says that it is unparalleled conditions which we foresee currently. So extraordinary events which are happening in every day can affect patient as such and the caregiver. So it's essential to make things predictable and planned rather guessing and reacting to those situations and circumstances. So what are those challenges which we foresee? So confident that most of us, if not all, in the conference will agree that healthcare is highly regulated endeavor, and key issues highlighted here, if you see, is the staffing shortages, supply chain problems, extreme weather issues, and economic turmoil, etc., are affecting in totality the total work environment of a hospital. So healthcare systems are facing a tsunami of serious challenges, I should say, and you will agree to that. So this is a very important slide that which are the trends we are facing in current situation. So future healthcare will have to shape up to these major trends which are here on the screen. So some of them are like aging population, which will be foreseen in near future. So they will require a total healthcare services in totality, be it the drone, be it with the telemedicines, be it with the hospitals all across. Then another challenge which my co-presenters have already shared is on the cyber security point of view. So cyber security will be another challenge. Net zero ambitions, as most of the healthcare institutes or the healthcare systems need to have a net zero targets. So above all these trends is the patient centricity, which is at the paramount importance. So keeping that in mind, we need to have some kind of mantra. So this is what we intend to do. So go digital is what we want to do. So it is possible by connecting all the assets, not only thinking on the building side, like the patient centricity and all, but on the electrical side as well. So we need to have the possibility of connecting all the assets and get the reformation with the analysis and formulate actions accordingly. So this will clearly make a closed loop situation for any building. So this is a little more data which is already been discussed. So each one in this August gathering will be involved for this change so as to achieve a smart healthcare. So this new thinking has to be absorbed very quickly and make it more fast track. So I'm always very passionate to say that bring it on, and we will make things easy and in a simplified manner. So this is a very important slide for us. So this is a IoT enabled platform which we are providing. So as a Schneider encompasses best and proven state-of-art solutions for digital hospitals and enabling connected assets and software seamlessly. Proving track record, we are able to develop intelligent and smart healthcare facilities, buildings, and buildings of the future. With all these put together, all the assets are managed to a edge layer where we have different softwares which are working, and then we also provide the advisory layer, which is a consultancy, and we provide the net zero carbon footprint and everything put together with this IoT enabled platform. So just to conclude with this slide, we ask you to join us in this journey as we look into create more sustainable, resilient, and hypersensitive, patient-centric built environment. So thank you for your patience. So this is my scan and code. I'm here so we can discuss much more things. Thank you so much.
I'll just ask you to stay back, and I'll request Gopi to hand over a token of appreciation to Nikhil. Can we have the token? Thank you, Nikhil. The next presentation, I would request Mr. Chetan Mistry, Senior Systems Engineer, Ruckus Networks, to come on stage and talk about creating smart hospitals.
Thank you, everyone. So my name is Chetan Mistry. I come from Ruckus Networks, a Comscope company. So just to brief you what our company is into, basically Ruckus Networks is basically a networking company which manufactures the networking products like LAN switches, wireless access points, and the related software. So we are a separate business unit within a company called Comscope. Comscope is basically into manufacturing of passive infrastructure for networking like your LAN cables, fiber, and etc. Comscope has a factory in Goa where we manufacture all these cables. So today my agenda will be to talk on our solutions that we have to offer as for the healthcare as a vertical. So I'll like to keep this short and sweet in the interest of time. So basically, so there are a lot of changes which are happening in the healthcare industry. So the main thing or the most important thing is the convergence of facilities and infrastructure into IT, right? So when I say facilities and infrastructure, so there are a lot of non-IT infrastructure facilities which are there, which are getting converged into basically your IT network, right? And the most important part of that is your different sensors or the endpoints which are part of the healthcare industry, like the solution which Schneider talked about, right? So basically you have these sensors, you have the database management software, but what is important is how do you get this connected over in your network, right? So that is what we provide as part of our solutions. So what are the needs? So there are multiple needs, when it comes to healthcare in terms of networking. So you will have the cameras, you will have the sensors, which will connect to your network. Apart from your endpoints like your laptops and all, from a healthcare perspective, you will have a lot of PDAs which are being used by the nurses and the doctors. These also get connected over the network. Now, one thing is that how you connect these devices over the network, and the other part is what is very important is the security part. How securely you can connect this device onto the network, because you need to comply to a lot of regulatory compliances, the HIPAA and all those come into consideration, right? So whatever you see on these screens, right, whether it is IT or non-IT, today what is happening is all these endpoints are getting connected to a converged IT infrastructure. So in terms of IT, right, so basically the most important part or another important aspect is the patient care is getting migrated into the digital infrastructure, right? So there are a lot of services which are part of the patient care systems, right? Right from your applications which are hosted as part of these requirements, your portals. Then there may be these mobile kiosks as well, which the end user accesses. So all these get connected to the network, right? What is important is in terms of infrastructure part, basically, you need and the switches and the Wi-Fi access points with proper security. So in terms of networking, WPA 3.1x authentication, how securely you can authenticate these devices onto the network so your data remains secure. So as a part of solutions in terms of Wi-Fi, we have these IoT-ready APs also. Now with these sensors supporting Bluetooth, Zigbee as a technology, the Wi-Fi access points are not just carrying Wi-Fi traffic. They are able to carry IoT traffic as well. So they have an inbuilt chipset for Bluetooth as well as Zigbee so that they can connect these Bluetooth-enabled sensors or Zigbee-enabled sensors onto the same network for which you are using your LAN infrastructure. So you need not need a separate silo infrastructure for IoT and a separate infrastructure for your LAN. You can have this converged infrastructure because the Wi-Fi APs which are coming into the industry support multiple technologies. When it comes to Ruckus, not in India, but today our access points are able to basically carry IoT traffic, Wi-Fi traffic, and even cellular traffic. Although this, it is not approved here in India, but going in future, like these operators have their own, they purchase bandwidth or the frequency from the regulatory. You as a customers in future may be able to do that as well, and you can create your own private cellular network, like you create your own Wi-Fi network. So Ruckus is in the forefront. In the US, we are deploying these private cellular networks as well. So when it comes to IoT, so like you have security for your Wi-Fi traffic, we provide a comprehensive security when it comes to IoT as well. So you see myriad of applications which can connect on IoT, whether it is, basically as simple as patient tracking, to your sensors, your health monitoring, your temperature monitoring, humidity control, all these things, even the rooms, the locks, the door locks can be secured. Sorry. This is another use case post-pandemic, basically, which is happening, right? So your outpatient testing, right? So you'll have a lot of these basically mobile healthcare centers, and then you need to create the infrastructure for your different use cases. Basically, like what you could do is basically, this telemedication app or telemedicine app, which needs connected to which needs a proper infrastructure so that you can send all these patient e-records to your main hospital, right? And not just connectivity, but also basically transferring this data securely through the physical medium that you have in your network. So what are the IoT solutions that we have? As I mentioned, the infrastructure we have, it's not only about carrying data, LAN data, but we have the hardware to carry IoT traffic as well. So we have these IoT ready APs, and a lot of use cases are there, basically in terms of patient care, or patient tracking, sensors to connect your logs and everything. So what Ruckus has to offer in terms of, as I said, basically you have these APs which will connect to the network. Then we have the switches, through which you can connect different apparatus to the LAN network. And then we have, and ultimately all these this infrastructure will help you to connect your endpoints, including your laptops, sensors, to your backend infrastructure as well. So we have a comprehensive infrastructure solution, IT infrastructure solution, so that you can connect your endpoint devices to your software, whether it is on-prem or in the cloud. So you see all these things, right? So basically security is very important. So right from your endpoint connecting to our infrastructure devices like your IoT, to the access points and to the management solutions that we have, we provide you with an end-to-end security right from the physical layer to the application layer. So you see different types of encryptions like AES encryption for Wi-Fi and IoT, MQTT for basically the IoT traffic that goes into the network right till at the application level. So these are some of the use cases, like, and we have tied up with different ecosystem vendors like for these sensors. We have the software to integrate with any ecosystem vendor or any sensor vendor which is available, because we have the software which is open API and can integrate with any ecosystem vendor. So these are our global ecosystem vendors, but we can do with any ecosystem vendor when it comes to IoT. So this is another example where, you basically a push button to, for an emergency call. So basically, we create the Wi-Fi infrastructure, the IoT is there, the panic buttons are IoT enabled, the backend software is connected through this infrastructure, and you can have this end-to-end connectivity and solution managed through Ruckus. So security, so we have these sensors again. It is not only for healthcare, but as well as for pharmaceutical. So any infrastructure or any sensors can be connected. So this is an architecture of how it would look like for you. Like at the base level or the physical level, you will have the sensors and all. They connect to our infrastructure, which is the access points and the networking switches. We have our own softwares. These softwares connect to these ecosystem vendors because these softwares have an open API, and we can expose our APIs, and the data can be easily collected from our controller or our management solution and transferred to the ecosystem vendors software as well. So this is how basically the end-to-end architecture would look like. So basically, sorry. Yeah, so you will have all your traffic, whether it not only the data traffic, voice, video, cameras, your IoT sensors, all through the same network infrastructure. Although the physical infrastructure is same, we will have a logical separation so that you can securely secure the different traffic in the same network and have it access for your users as well. So this is what we try to provide. We provide a very exceptional user experience through a very simple but a reliable hardware that we produce. Thanks. Thank you.
I'll ask Shobit to hand over a token of appreciation to Chetan. Yeah. No, not acha. So now,
He'll join us.
As the chairs are being set up, I'd like to talk about the next panel discussion. In fact, this is the first panel discussion of the day. And basically, the theme is harnessing digital solutions to enhance efficiency, quality, and productivity in the healthcare ecosystem. Primarily, what that means, we would like to talk about how the entire healthcare ecosystem, the hospitals, the constituents within the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, the administrators are adopting digital solutions. What are the challenges that are being faced? So we have the technology leaders from almost all leading hospitals, especially in the NCR region, both public as well as private hospitals here to talk about these different challenges. And we would have representations from the industry to talk about what are the solutions or best practices that can be adopted to mitigate some of these challenges. So it's my pleasure now to invite each of the panelists here on stage. Dr. Sushil Kumar Meher, CIO of AIIMS, New Delhi. Mr. Praveen Bisht, CIO of Amrita Hospitals, Faridabad. Nikhil Goyal, Vice President and Head IT and Projects, Max Healthcare. JP Dwivedi, CIO of Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center. Prashant Vashisht, Group CIO of Marengo Asia Healthcare. Vishal Gupta, CIO of Life Care Hospitals and Bliss Medical Centers. Mohit Tandon, GMIT of Sri Balaji Action Medical Institute and Action Cancer Hospital. Himanshu Bharadwaj, Head HIS and IT Applications, Medanta Medicity Hospital. From the industry side, we have Hitesh Bharadwaj, National Manager, Iron Mountain, India. And we heard Arun Goyal, CIO of Sir Gangaram Hospital, is on the way, and he would join in later during the discussion. Okay, so before we start, some ground rule, as all of you are obviously aware that schedule. So we would like to try to wrap up the panel discussion as fast as possible, but at the same time, we need to have a meaningful discussion because perhaps the crux of the discussions and deliberations throughout the day lies here in this panel. So we would talk about the digital solutions being adopted in hospitals and what are the pain points they are facing, as well as talk a little about the roadmap of digitization in the hospitals. So my first question, and I would put this question to each panelist, and perhaps I would request each panelist to stick to 1 minute for this answer. The question is, what is the biggest challenge that you face in your healthcare institution when you are trying to integrate digital solutions? So what is the biggest challenge? Very succinctly, if you can tell. And I'll start with you, Dr. Meher. Oh, the mic is... Just one sec. Can we have the mic? Yes, sir.
We are already late. Thanks to the organizer to invite me to such a wonderful event. And the topic is also very interesting. The question is that what are the challenges? You know it, healthcare domain is one of the very complex domain if you compare to any other domains. Everything is integrated. If you talk about finance, you have the clinical systems, if you talk about insurance, everything is integrated. So, so after COVID, the expectation of digital health has up, and the patients demands more in virtualization because coming to your hospital, spending a whole day, it is a big challenge for them, and you have to give the services on time. It is really a big challenge. What we face here, you see it. In AIMS, you must be knowing it is a very, very crowded place, about 12,000 patients a day. And when the 12,000 patients is gathering in one place for a registrations, after the COVID, people do not want to come to the contact with other people. And you have to give a system that how fast the registration process should be completed. So that's why we have done, this is the one challenge, and that solution we have already done it. We have done a lot of barcode, a lot of QR code we have pasted in the different locations in the OPD. People come with their appointments, scan it, make the registration process with ABDM compliance. It may be our ID may be created automatically through the authorization of the Aadhaar. So these are the main solutions we have developed with the help of NIC and in-house team. This is the one challenge what we have. Another challenge is what we have.
Sir, now I'd like to restrict to one challenge. I'll come to it.
Okay.
The digital OPD,
Yes.
according to you, is one key challenge that you have faced in your hospital. Praveen Bisht, again, one challenge and precisely 1 minute you have.
I guess, again, thank you, everyone. And in the interest of time, I'll keep it short. In terms of challenge, there are, as you all know, there are various challenges. But if I have to pick one, I would say the patient spectrum that we get. We are a charitable hospital, but we have state-of-the-art facility and treatment. We have the best experienced doctors, so we get the most affluent patients, and we also get patients from villages, not so affluent, from rural areas. So how do we give same kind of treatment to the spectrum of patients where we do expect them to be digitally literate? We might have some solutions, but then they may not be able to adopt to it, or they may not be able to avail it. So that is a challenge that we think we are working through it. Again, it's more about training, education, awareness. So we are working on all those fronts, and obviously treating our staff so that they have better knowledge of how to handle such situations. So with all that said, that would be my highest challenge.
Okay, so we have two challenges listed till now. First, from Dr. Meher, we heard about the OPD, management of the OPD through digitization, how the process can be accelerated. And from Praveen, we heard about the diversity of patients and managing through an uniform standardized way that different demographic diversity of patient. Okay. So next, I'll come to Nikhil. What is the one biggest challenge you would like to highlight?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think in the interest of time, I'll quickly, bring in the most important challenge that we are facing is towards the nursing. See, in terms of the clinicians, I think overall the healthcare ecosystem has got a lot of stuff related to digitization, automation, and solutions being provided to the clinicians. But in terms of nursing, I think that is an area which is, I would say, right now understaffed. And in terms of overall capacity of the nurses that we have is still a challenge overall, in the country. So there are needs for doing automation, digitalizations, and a lot of improvements to be done to actually bring in the efficiencies and the nursing areas. So that is, I think, an important challenge that we are facing, and we are trying to do a lot of stuff around that in terms of automation and digitalization. So that's
Great.
an important one.
Great. In fact, nursing probably is one key critical, I would say, stakeholder in the overall healthcare ecosystem, but often neglected, I might say, or not neglected, but ignored. So there is a major requirement of automation and digitization in the nursing process too. JP Dwivedi, I'll come next to you. Your point, the challenge.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to this panel, and I think this is very heavy panel. Entire healthcare ecosystem of NCR is here. See, initially I thought when I started this EMR adoption journey, I thought doctors are tough cookies to crack. But 5 years later, I realized, honestly, hand on heart, doctors are really very busy. There is huge crowd in the OPDs. We need to give them systems that are effective, that ensure clinical productivity, clinician productivity, are easy to use, and they are not slow. It's not like hanging perpetually. They will get frustrated. So we are not able to give them the system that they are happy to use, and that is the challenge, I think.
Thanks. So yes, maybe you have touched upon one of the most critical aspects. Yes, the doctors themselves are challenged, and we understand they work in a pressure cooker kind of situation in a critical environment. And as much as digitization can help them, and perhaps what's also critical is how the doctors adopt to those systems also. Prashant, I'll come to you next with your biggest challenge.
Hello.
Yes.
See, I think most of the challenges got highlighted by my peer panelists. The major challenge which I see here is number one is the adoption of electronic medical record from doctors and next challenge is we normally do not measure the outcome of rolled out initiatives. That's really vital. And I think this is the only place where healthcare providers lack, and due to which all your initiatives go in vain. So whether it's electronic medical record or queue management system or mobile application or chatbot, etc., etc. So I think business metrics should be defined well in advance so that you can measure it once the solution is rolled out. And I think this is one of the areas we need to bring in little more improvisation.
Excellent. So quantifiable or measurable business outcomes. And until and unless those matrices are not measurable, you can never define the accountability, and unless no accountability is set up, you will never have a proper system. And it will always be based on conjectures and the likes. Excellent point that you have raised.
Thank you.
And next, I'll come to Vishal. What's the key point that you would like to mention?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would go with Divediji, Prashant, and Parveen. So adoption is the major challenge in the healthcare ecosystem. But when we say adoption of technologies which we generally deploy in the healthcare industry is not that much difficult. But adoption, which I personally feel is of EMR, as Mukesh just mentioned, is the most toughest, kind of thing in healthcare industry. And I think there are lots of initiative which is happening in India, but still I feel that EMR adoption is the major challenge, because whatever we are going to deploy or whatever we want as a ROI in the healthcare industry, be it AI, ML, be it any clinical insight or any business insights, they all are dependent on the things which is the EMR.
Okay, great, thanks. Obviously the adoption of digitization tools like EMR and the likes remains one major challenge. Mohit, I'd come to you next. Your key challenge that you would like to highlight?
As already communicated by co-panelists, there are various challenges, but I think the major challenges are interoperability. Reason being that the data is being saved in the different formats, and when we want to use the AI and everything over it, we are not able to do that. So what I feel that interoperability should be taken care of.
Excellent point. In fact, during the inaugural session in the morning also, we heard about the interoperability issue when the doctor and the patients are working on different platforms or applications. And in these days where more and more teleconsultation and remote monitoring is happening, interoperability remains a big challenge. Next, Himanshu, I would come to you. Your biggest challenge today?
Well, more or less everything is covered, but I would say that the biggest challenge today, what we would be having is change management, adoption, and managing the buzzwords. So everybody hears those buzzwords floating around, AI, ML, whatnot, and to manage those expectations, very big challenge, because moment you have an issue, moment you have a use case in hand, the immediate response from the fraternity comes, yaar, isme AI kuch laga do, put some ML onto it. So how to manage those buzzwords is also one of the important aspects for people from the technology front.
Very fundamental point you raised, and obviously there are very subsets to this challenge, whether there are adequate resources with the relevant sets, then the attitude, the culture within the organization, and obviously digitization and technology is not the core area of a hospital. So definitely that's also a key issue. So before I come to you, Hitesh, you're representing the industry. So some of the challenges that we listed ranged from adoption challenges to managing the OPD, to having measurable business outcomes, then having the culture and people with relevant skill sets, the interoperability. So very briefly, I would like if you can highlight as a solution provider some of the best practices that you can perhaps help some of these hospitals with, very briefly, some of these best practices.
Sure, thanks. So at the outset, on a lighter note, I see a lot of challenges and lights my eyes up because I see opportunities there. So, so this is one thing that I wanted to share first, but all right. So coming down to the various challenges that we've heard of, the best practices, I think some of the best practices that I want to, point upon what the healthcare providers should be, focusing on. Number one is comprehensive training. You know, when I talk of comprehensive training, who are the guys who need to be trained? These are healthcare professionals, the nursing staff. I heard somebody saying that nursing staff is not trained enough, or they want something for nursing staff as well. Also the administrative staff. So these guys need to be trained properly, and the training cannot be a one-time affair, right? It has to be a continuous affair which keeps on happening, and the updates keep happening. And what they need to be trained upon is, you know, the system functionalities, the data entry, retrieval of data, and also the security protocol. So these are some of the things that they need to focus upon. So comprehensive training is one. The second piece that I think healthcare providers need to focus upon is the involvement of the end users when the solution is getting designed or selected. So when they would be involved in getting the designs done, the needs and the workflows would be addressed by the solution, and their involvement would ensure that they adopt the technology much faster, and they can make efficient use of the technology. So their involvement is very important. So another important point that I wanted to bring about is the patient involvement. I think we should be involving patients as well. We should provide health information to the patients through portals, and if they are involved, they would participate, and they would also adhere to whatever treatment plans are put across to them. So these are some of the best practices that I can advise right now on this panel. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I think I've been informed we are joined by Arun Goel, CIO of Sir Gangaram Hospital, and I would request Arun if you can join on the stage. And I'll come to you, Arun, because I just went through all the panelists, and very briefly, within 1 minute, your biggest challenge today when you are undergoing digitization in your hospital, what would you like to highlight as your key most challenge, briefly?
See, in the digitization, the most challenging is the integration part of the various systems. So integration in cybersecurity is the major challenge which every digital leader faces across the world.
Great. The integration, we heard about interoperability, but you touched upon cybersecurity. I was wondering that someone would mention. Okay, so I will come to Dr. Meher with the cybersecurity part, and it's well highlighted. All of us are aware about the cybersecurity challenges that AIIMS had faced in recent last couple of years, maybe. So I'm sure Dr. Meher would have a lot of experience in how an organization they took up and faced this challenge and sort of overcome it. So from your experiences, I would like you to highlight perhaps what are the areas an hospital should look at to prevent such security measures. And even then, we know there are still going to be vulnerabilities. So in case there is certain breach, what should be the best action taken?
Yeah, this is one of the difficult question for me. Anyway, there is many things are there. You have to do it for the security. Why we are vulnerable for it? What we have observed, earlier people are hacking your bank accounts or any other activities going on in your insurance, everything, they hack it. But right now, the hackers are charging very high. If some hacker to hack a medical record of a particular person. You can find in the social media, if you search in the Google, if you ask to a hacker that to hack somebody's bank accounts, they charge around in US, it is around $25 to $30. But if you ask to a particular health record to be hacked, so they charge around $40 to $45. Why? There is many reasons are there. I'm not going to that side. My question is that how to protect the health records. Okay. See, it is a new concept and it is a new challenges has come to the healthcare after COVID. Because earlier, before COVID, people are not interested to take any virtual consultations or they don't want to access their record virtually. Very limited it was there. But after COVID, it is there. So that's why your health record has to be exposed to the patients. And on the other hand, you can't say no as per the Ayushman Bharat digital missions that your records which has been digitized, it can be accessible to the patient. So in these cases, if your record is available in the servers, you have make the provision to access the records. Means the patient's health record is exposed to the internet world, and the many players, they are ready to hack you. The two things are there: the individual records to be hacked, it is another part, but whole hospital record has to be in the stack for cyber attack, because people are more aware about their health, and they want to access their health records at any time, any moment, anywhere, any places. So in these cases, your system supposed to expose 24/7 to everybody, and hackers are getting the chances to hack it. Then they want that your reputation has to be in the stack, as well as your business continuity plan supposed to be stopped, so that you can get some ransom. That's why ransomware has come up in this regard. What to do? First of all, you have to make your framework, security framework. Many organizations, they do not have a right kind of security framework based on their infrastructure. And IT policy has to be implemented. So many people, they have told me many times, I have zero trust in security system. It is safe. I say no. It is only 10% safe, 90% you are exposed. How? There is a lot of reasons are there. I'm not going to that one. Somebody has told me, I have firewalls. So any person who will come from the network, it will check it so that I am safe. Firewall is today's stage. Many security solution providers say that it is one of the components. It is not that whole solutions. So what is safe then? Maximum attack has come from the endpoint. Your endpoint has to be more secure. There is a lot of products are there, MDR, XDR. So you can go for it. Again, I'm not going to the products. I'm going to the what to do. See, there is 4 phases are there. First of all, you have to plan out that what data has to be secured, and where you have to keep, and what are the solutions is required to secure that data first. Second one is that if my record has compromised, immediately what to do and what tools I have to save this record immediately. Let's say your XDR has shown that some malicious is moving around there. How to contain that? For that, you need one type of visualization tool. You can see it and you have to contain it. Third one is if it is compromised already, and many application is or database is already been compromised, that how to come up that one, and what kind of religions you have to do it. So what kind of backup solutions, what is your high availability, all these plan out supposed to be do. Then what it happens, if you take any solutions, it is not 100% secure.
Exactly.
Okay, but you have to take 4 steps. Your business continuity plan will continue and you will not face any problems. This is my submission.
Okay, great. So I would put this question to anyone open on the panel, and data security, and as Dr. Mayor also pointed out, especially after COVID, when teleconsultations have increased, the issue of patient security, confidentiality, the privacy concerns and ethical considerations can be connected with it. So anyone would like to take up? Yes, sir.
I would like to chip into it. Hello. The post-COVID, the dynamics got changed. We witnessed burgeoning demand from patients, and so from hospital side, provider side, was kind of a mandate to enable all such digital platforms. And that's where we saw significant surge in the solutioning, in the technology in healthcare. And if you look at healthcare industry in last 2-3 years time, many players have adopted even EMR. They are going for chatbot kind of solutions. So altogether, if you see, the technology is improving day by day in healthcare. Deployments are happening day by day. So definitely it came in the eye of intruders. That was the reason, probably. Otherwise, healthcare industry was kind of spared if you look at past before 3-4 years time. But recently we have witnessed various attacks in healthcare industry. So now I think healthcare administration need to pay attention on this, and budget has to be allocated. That is very, very important. Imagine if your system goes out, or there is a blackout period for a day or two. Imagine what may happen with your patients. Very important. And calculate how much revenue you're gonna lose. That is again one more element. So I think technology team should look into this very deeply. They should keep on observing their security postures time and again. BCP plan must be ready. Disaster recovery systems should be available. Vulnerability testing must get done probably in a quarter or in 6 months basis. So those things need to be seen. We must see our network layer. We must check all our agreements. We have found out of one survey that security breach happened from our own staff sometime, or our third-party solutioning providers sometime. They leak out somehow. That is also happening. In endpoint need to be secured. We need to provide EDR, XDR kind of solutions. Your firewalls are there, but what rules are written over there, that is very important to review. So after checking all these things, you can stand somewhere at least, because there are many low-hanging fruits which could be attained by IT team itself. No need to invite somebody from outside and get into it. That's it.
Thanks. Anyone would like? Yes.
Yeah. So Prashant talked about high-tech subjects. I'll talk about very few fundamental things. You see, as a society, first of all, privacy and security go hand in hand.
Yes.
Now we are not very privacy-driven society.
True.
We say, hey, Dr. Sushil, your glucose level is 200, so what? Mine is 400. So I take pride even in that also. And we so openly talk about our health conditions, our situations. Security has to be by design. And it has to be taken care of at all the 3 levels: people, process, technology. So people need to be aware what are different privacy considerations, what to do, what not to do, and how to follow that basic hygiene. Because you see, external threats are less, internal threats are much more, and people unintentionally deliver and divulge the information that should not go. Second, processes, as Dr. Meher said, defining policies, information security policy, data classification, data retention, all those things need to be in place, and people should be educated very frequently, regularly. These flyers should go, information should be disseminated. Then we need to put necessary tools and technologies in place that should protect every node, every possible junction point where data passes through. May it be endpoint, may it be switch, even data has been leaked through printers. So everything needs to be taken care of through sophisticated tools. We need to have professionally managed SOCs in place, Security Operations Center. Now time has come. Security cannot be taken lightly.
Exactly. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I would just add to what Dwivedi said. See, effectively, people process technology is important, and when we talk about technology, perimeter security, infrastructure security, application security, network security, these are the major components which should be looked individually and holistically together. Now, when I talk about, I mean, we are talking about EMR, EHRs, HISs, like a lot of in-house development and external developments are happening. So we have to bring in security development life cycle into our development also. So importance of following the standards while doing the while doing the development, the security standards have to be followed. Your static scans, your dynamic scans, your pen tests, your vulnerability assessments, they are important when you're actually developing the application. Now, once they are developed, continuous reviews, continuous scans, fixing those vulnerabilities is important. Taking it to the next level, infrastructure also requires continuous scanning, continuous vulnerabilities, assessments, and fixing. Taking it to the perimeter, the same thing is important. Now, coming to the endpoint is the entry point for a lot of, I would say threat. So that also needs to be covered from HDR and EDR that we talked about. Another important aspect is security has to be brought in as a culture. It cannot be that it is a responsibility of a IT function or the functions around that. It is something which has to be imbibed. Every individual who is working in healthcare or hospital ecosystem is responsible for security, and that is what should be taken up as a next step.
Okay. Yeah. So when you're talking about SDLC, maybe even some of the, because healthcare is increasingly getting regulated, so some of the compliances also for conformance we might require. Yes, sir, you were saying something.
So I actually also wanted to touch upon 2 points. We talked about the internal security and the data moving within the institute and healthcare institute. It should be safe and all that stuff. I also heard Dr. Saab say that the printers also have data, right? So I think we, as a healthcare institution, every institution should also think about how they dispose of the IT assets, So the IT assets that they have contain data. Printers also contain data. So I've come across a couple of institutes who say that everyone has a policy of disposing of the IT assets. So I've come across institutes who say that we just sell it by kilos.
Okay.
So that's not the right policy, because that particular equipment contains data, and any breach can lead to catastrophic effects. So I think this is also one thing that we should consider when we are disposing of our IT assets. It contains data, and we need to wipe it off. So that is also one of the security concerns that I think we should address.
Okay.
Can you just add a couple of points? So as we all said, as we are exposing the data, it is in the digital world. So definitely there are threats that are happening from all across. So identifying those threats as early as possible and then responding based on the policies and procedures that we said. So for that, there are some tools, but typically there are fairly expensive tools today, like SIEM, Security Information Event Management, and SOAR. But those are very high-end tools, but I guess we don't have an option because our data is our gold mine, as we say, so we can't compromise that. So we have to invest into some of the policies, procedures, and those tools that are unfortunately expensive right now.
Okay, so for time constraint, I'll just touch upon another important point and maybe again put it open to anyone can respond. The integration or the interoperability of different platforms and applications across different stakeholders in the ecosystem. So how do you manage that integration or interoperability? Yes,
there are
sir.
multiple aspects of this. Integrations, writing integrations in today's scenario are not that difficult. There are a huge number of languages, huge number of options available. What is important is that when we are talking about interoperability, whether we have the standardization of the data at all. Even if I'm sending the data through an interface to another system, whether it understands it at all. My hospital may be calling a particular procedure or a test with a XYZ code, while the insurer would be having a different code for it. Yes, the healthcare system does provide for standardized systems like SNOMED, ICD codes and all. But what is the adoption within our country for that? So unless we go for those kind of standardization, still it would be very, very difficult for us to integrate the systems and have the interoperability between the devices, between the HIS systems or the insurers, different people, right? So that's my take on.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Himanshu. So one thing I just want to add quickly, since all the healthcare providers and ecosystem is, kind of emotional and welcome to innovate in terms of the interoperability, in terms of the integration, as Arun mentioned. But one thing we all need to remember that we need to follow the digital health ecosystem which is created by the government. So government has recently, published a kind of a interoperability framework. They have already published the HL7 FAIR frameworks profiles, which all the healthcare players has to adopt. So I think that is a tremendous work has been done by the government, and simply all the healthcare players and the health tech companies need to follow that. Would be kind of a step towards the, to reach the interoperability layers within the ecosystem.
That's why I talked about the regulatory compliances. Yes.
I would like to add one thing to this, that especially in hospitals, you should have HL7 compliant instruments, so that the integration would be easy in that case, and there would be no traditional ways of integrating the same.
Okay, great.
Can I?
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, initially the government has started that they want to have a centralized depository system for all the medical records of citizen of India, but that was not been successful. For this, they have published some compliance documents, that is MDDS and EHS standards that has to be compliance each and every applications. Many people they have followed it, many people they do not follow it. That's why the ABDM has come up that whatever format the records are there, it will be placed in their individual hospitals, so you can access the records. That is the still it is going on, and this is the government approach right now. But right now they are planning for the integration of records which can be interoperable. Thank you.
So we are completely short of time, so we'll just conclude with one round and 30 seconds to I'll go. Next 12 months, just one action, especially on the digitization front that you are planning to undertake. To each one of you, 30 seconds.
I think in healthcare, the latest demand is metaverse. We must look into metaverse technology with the help of AI. We can strengthen the training module, especially for nursing, for doctors, by creating some sort of metaphor in the healthcare industry. So I think for me, yeah, metaverse.
Okay.
The future of healthcare is precision healthcare. That is 4P, the predictive, participatory, protective yourselves. So the predictions you have to use the AI. So many bots are really coming up. So you can have the early detection of the any disease if you have the past record from there. So these kind of things it will be used in the bigger hospitals.
Okay. Yes, sir.
From our perspective, from the hospital, since we are fairly new, we have managed somehow to keep most of the record digital. So our challenge will be to continue in that mode as we grow. We are starting our medical college next month, and then with that, obviously, we're expecting more patients, more users. But to continue our focus on having digital data, that's the key. Because finally, data, once you have it, then you can do AI and other things on top of it. So that is our focus.
Yes, sir.
Creating a data lake and building a solid BI layer on top of it is our priority for this year.
Great. Yes,
So I think at Max Healthcare, we have fair amount of digitization and automation, but I think what we are focusing is on more on IPD automation, by digitizing that entire IPD process and nursing automation. We have already using data lake and built in a lot of data capabilities, but I think the next step would be more around AI, ML, and large language models, wherein we can make more predictive insights. So that is the next step for us.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Considering the doctor-patient ratio in the country like India, I feel that the generative AI would be kind of a game changer in healthcare.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So we have already started working on the implementation of the EMR in our hospital.
Okay. Hitesh, I'll come to you later. First, all the healthcare givers. Yeah.
Well, Medanta can vouch for high amount of digitization within our world. So what our focus now is more towards the speech technology and we
Okay.
are working very rapidly onto that, basically to look at how we can digitize the prescriptions using the general conversation between a doctor and a patient. So that's something which we are focusing largely, because most of other things, AI, ML, we are already in the process of implementing or have implemented a lot of things.
That's interesting. Yes, sir.
So good, Himanshu has brought in this topic. We are also in process of digitizing the speech or audio into the text in the OPD and implementing it into the EMR. EMR implementation is in a very advanced stage in Sir Gangaram Hospital. Over and above, we have started the project of data analytics. So we are creating the data lake out there and preparing ourselves for the data analytics and clinical analytics down the line.
Great. Hitesh, you have the last word. Now you heard what are the plans, many of these. And so how as a solution provider, probably you can offer support to healthcare providers?
So my first approach in this case would be, to be consultative. I believe in Ann Mountain, we have always, have that approach of, being a consultant to any of our clients, being it healthcare or anywhere else. So we would be more interested in, understanding deeply what exactly the requirement is, build a solution. We do have solutions which have the data security and other things in place, which are pretty robust. And so for us, it is more important to understand the pain areas and build the solution with, the healthcare provider partnership. So we actually, have that policy of building the solution along with the, customer, partnership, so that it is, it actually, addresses the exact concerns and the workflows that they are looking for. So our approach would be more consultative, talk about the pain areas, and then, come down to the exact solution which would suit the each of the healthcare providers that we have here.
Okay, great. Due to constraint of time and as everyone would be eagerly awaiting for lunch, we conclude this panel discussion here. I would like to thank all the panelists, and maybe I would request Shobik to hand over a small token of appreciation to all the panelists. Can we have the tokens? JP Dwivedi. Prashant. Himanshu. Arun. Hitesh. I would request all the panelists to join for a group photograph. request all of you to join us for lunch. And I would again like to reiterate, there are multiple lucky draws happening. And I would mention all of you to be inside the hall, because when the draws are made, only prizes would be given to people who are in the hall. And please reassemble after lunch in this hall.
Deep in an iron mine in upstate New York, iron